then you also must have business intelligence. Business intelligence is about knowing what's going on around what you do, around the organization you're working for, even around the tasks that you are saddled with. And then stakeholder engagement. Your stakeholder 360 degrees, like I said earlier, will include manage yourself, manage your, your colleagues, manage people below you, and manage people above you, and also manage people you can call the regulatory agents, regulatory agencies. So it's critical that we pay attention to these 9 work elements. Now, what are the benefits? It's essential to know that we don't do things for nothing. What do I need to derive? I have to now deliberately begin to look at all these 9 items. Number 1 is it enhances your performance and outcomes. Secondly, you are deemed as an efficient person when you are, and you are able to efficiently allocate, resources, when you know what you are doing, know the importance of time, and how that actually speaks to how effective you are on that role. And it also improves your sense of decision making and also your speed, so that what we call business agility, and also enables you to be able to minimize waste in your job, and it eases the task of measuring your performance of productivity, as well as also increasing the ease at which you collaborate to deliver results. So it's important that once you're certified, you begin to see how effective you are from the first day after your certification. How can I be a more effective accountant? How can I build a base to enable me move up my career seamlessly? So that's very important. Now, what are your obligations? What are the obligations on you as a young professional who wants to make a very good career? Getting certified is not sufficient. It's not all. Number 1, there's nothing succeeds as anything you plan. Plan your career. Do I find myself here by accident, or did I deliberately set out to be an accountant? And then where do I want to end it? So you need to begin to think about that, because when you know how long or how short your journey is, trying to navigate on that journey become a bit easier. And I always advise young professionals, find a mentor in your area. Find a mentor in the accounting field, someone has gone through the route, and you can see, oh, this one is succeeding. I admire his career, admire where he is, and admire where he's going to end. And then, as a professional from your day 1, commit to positive work ethics. We know what positive work ethics are. Even the way you present yourself at work, your presentation, your communication, the way you manage relationships, the way you dress, the language you use, the kind of things you present yourself in, the kinds of discussions you engage in, and so on and so forth. And understand and commit to the company's mission and purpose. This is anywhere we find ourselves, whether say production concern, whether it's an accounting firm, whether it's an oil sector, make it your task to understand the mission and the purpose. What's the vision, what's the mission, what's the purpose of the organization you are working for? Because if you don't understand it, it is not clear to you, you may not be able to explain how what you do contributes to the fulfillment of that mission and vision. So it's important for you to understand and commit to the company's mission and purpose. Then, because you are working up, please don't ever get into a mode where, as long as your boss is ethical, is an ethical person, please help your boss achieve his or her goals. In other words, see yourself as part of a team and plan to ensure that your inclusion in that team or your membership of that team can only be seen as adding value to that team. Believe me, when you become someone that becomes very difficult to ignore, when you are seen as someone that can be relied on to help the team succeed. And every day, look at every day as a day to give your best effort and support the team. One thing that professionals can't do without is continuous learning and continuous building of skills. This is very important. Today, getting certified is not the end of the story. Okay? Now you're not begin to say, how do I become an expert in a relevant software, financial software? How do I get, myself known in my industry network? Okay? So it is important to continue to commit to continuous learning and building of skills. And wherever you find yourself, take the initiative as see yourself as someone that is always there to look at what gaps are existing in what the organization is doing. And now you can contribute by filling those gaps. Be a problem solver, always. There is no level of perfection any organization will attain that will not find rooms for improvement. So it's important to be the one that takes initiative at finding those gaps and identify what to do to fill those gaps. And generally, organizations, increase their value delivery through project assignments. Volunteer for project work. What does that do for you? That enables others, people from other, especially when they are cross-functional project work teams, who get to know you when they see the kind of values you bring to the team. Okay? And please, it's not unlikely you find yourself working under someone that doesn't probably pay attention to what you're doing. Be seen with someone, or you hold yourself the responsibility to document your achievements. And I said earlier on, build your professional network. And that's, in fact, I think the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria has provided a very good framework for that. You can't even be inducted. The day you are inducted, you become a member of the of the network, and be active, be known in your professional network. Then growing up on a career, please be sensitive to going back to your supervisor to ask for a feedback on how you are doing and what you can do, more to improve your reckoning in the work team. Always ask for feedback from your supervisor and demonstrate leadership skills. Be someone that people see when you are around. They can always find solutions to issues at work, issues around the team, and issues even on some other people's work. And when you know that you've done well and it doesn't appear that ask for promotion, ask for a raise. Okay? And that's why it's important to document your achievements always. So these are obligations, these are your own personal obligations. Okay? And you owe yourself a duty to fulfill those obligations. Now, the next question I want to answer is, what are the strategies you need to, be sensitive to get promoted? Strategies to get you promoted at work. It's very important. Number one, as a professional, you need to pay attention to people who have been promoted. Once you see that, once you're able to do that, it becomes critical for you to know how they work. Remember, I said earlier on that you need every day, give your best, be seen to be someone that adds value at work. Yes, you have a job description that states what's expected of you. Offer more. Do a lot more. And I can tell you, I can give you an example. I remember way back, late in 1988, I was sent on an assignment in the East, on a consulting assignment in the East that took me about 2 weeks in the East. But I finished the job 2 days earlier than the scheduled time for that job. But each time I'm sent out of, my work base, which then was Lagos, because, the professional consulting and professional audit firms, there are times they have a list of bad debtors. Okay. And what I do is, around the areas I go to work, even though it's not part of my responsibility, I collect a list of all the bad debtors around that area and their location. So if and when I finish my core assignment, first I go there like a debt collector. And that happened on one occasion. There was a debt that actually Cryptos and Librand that I was working in then had written off. And then, the debt of about, I'm talking about late 1988, the debt of about 800,000. You know what 800,000 naira was then in terms of value. And I just went to the organization, and I said, look, you guys, this is likely to become a court case, met with their chief accountant. And he said, oh, return the check, please. If you come exactly this time tomorrow, I will prepare the check. You have to collect that check, and so on and so forth. Please help us plead to them in your office that this case need not go to the court. So by the time I returned to the office, I had the check for 800,000 naira with me. In fact, it was like a booty for the entire Cryptos and Librand. And that initiative earned me what we call best staff of the division. And that meant an extra 1 month salary for me, as the practice was then. So offer more. It gets you recognized and it gets you rewarded. Then get noticed in your workplace, get noticed, by way of what you do, the quality of you offer, and the value you bring to the work team. And like I said, there are demonstrate leadership skills and be value-added personality when at work. When you're not at work, let people miss you that, oh, if this guy was around, we know we'll find a solution to this issue, or the work will run faster, and so on and so forth, and maintain a strong work ethic. Like I said earlier on, these are values, that get people noticed for promotion. And you need to begin to deliberately cultivate those values when you are at work. Getting promoted, what are the silent factors and career traps? We call it silent factors. In fact, when we do orientation, onboarding programs for new hires, irrespective of their profession, we tend to open them up to some of these silent factors and career traps. One thing we all need to be aware of is the fact that the speed at which career is, evolving these days has been such that if you don't pay attention to what you are doing deliberately or what's happening around you as a professional, is that you get stuck at some point, or you just get almost like seemed abandoned in your career. Okay, professionals have become very vulnerable to silent traps, and this they definitely tend to, stand in the way of that they're moving up their career. So it's important to recognize those traps. If you are able to identify them, if you're sensitive to them, it becomes easy for you to avoid them, and you can, position yourself for long-term growth or career satisfaction. Some of the common silent factors which we often share with people, especially in the course of onboarding, in the course of appraisal. I will present them. And please, let's pay attention to each. There could be more, but the common ones, we call them silent factors and traps in the course of career for professionals, is what we call silent promotion trap. What is a silent promotion trap? A very technical term. So you want to call it. A silent promotion term is at times you'll be very good. Like I said, you keep adding values, you pay attention to the task assigned to you, you are delivering very well, and then your supervisor, the organization sees you as someone that can take on greater capacity. So they keep increasing your work, your work schedule. In fact, it's not even impossible that somebody in your team or in the organization left or resigns or is not available onto desired or undesirable, challenges. And then you are given this role to combine to your own job role, especially or more so when that role, additional responsibility is not, it's not coming with additional pay or it's not officially recognized. Believe you me, because of the capacity you have or your own personal capabilities, you took on those additional roles, maybe laterally or vertically. And then weeks turns into months, months turn almost into years. Believe you me, it could be a silent promotion trap. I've seen a situation where someone took on the role of his immediate supervisor and was doing it even more effectively than his boss who had left. And then he wasn't given, the role officially. You need to be very sensitive to that. Then number two, please don't fall into the trap of specializing too early and too narrowly. Yes, you are a professional accountant, and believe me, you'll agree with me that there are so many areas of professional accounting that you may want to open yourself up to. But because maybe at the time you are qualifying, you are seen to be very good in one area, or you actually like or prefer to remain in that area. It's good to specialize at the end of the day, but when you do it too early, you might actually be limiting your possibilities. Okay. Then number three, don't limit yourself to your comfort zone. It's also an exception of what we just discussed. You find it comfortable remaining in internal audits, or you find it comfortable remaining in financial analysis. Please don't limit yourself to your comfort zone. In fact, as professional accountants, thank God for what you went through before you got certified. A whole lot of emphasis is now being placed on not only focusing on technical accounting knowledge, you're also encouraged to improve your analytical and problem-solving skills. And like I said earlier on, also communication skills. And other skills that will complement that include, like I said, time management skills, being able to take initiatives, knowing what is required, occupying leadership roles, how you can focus on, improving the degree or the level of your own integrity and credibility. Okay, and remember the motto of ICAN itself, honesty and integrity. So it's important that you don't limit yourself to your comfort zone. Build skills in other areas. Get to know about the business of the organization you're working for. How does the organization make money? And how can we how can we manage costs? Without infringing on people's sense of fulfillment in their work. So don't also neglect networking and personal branding. Personal branding is speaking to how you present yourself. Today we are talking of
Mr. Bay,
Power of
our
the
time
internet.
is, Mr.
Yes.
Bay, please help us round up so that we can
All right,
take
no
questions, so
problem.
that we can do in
Don't
time. Thank
neglect
you.
networking and personal branding. And don't be a risk averse person for fear of failure. You know, there is a direct relationship between the level of risk you can take and the returns. I said earlier on, don't avoid mentorship and don't neglect constructive feedback that helps you become a better you. And also, in the work now that a whole lot of emphasis is placed on emotional intelligence. Pay attention to developing emotional intelligence because that actually helps you own your managerial and leadership skills. It's important for you. Now, having gone through that, silent trap, like I said, silent traps will come from budget constraints. At times, the organization wants to test you whether you have capacity for more work without being formally promoted. And they might want to actually be looking for a high potential employee. And there are times the organization wants to run a flat organization structure. But please be mindful of those silent traps. They include things like the moment they are inviting you to higher level meetings means they've seen some capacity in you. Or you have some new reports or team leadership, you are given a team to supervise. Or you are now getting increased decision-making authority, but your title is not changing. Or the scope of the project you've been assigned is increasing. Know that these are silent traps, but be sensitive and know when to ask or demand for your right. Okay, having said that, how do you, or what are the risks of those silent traps? You may not get a formal recognition for them. You become stagnated if you are not sensitive to them. You may even have delays in being compensated. And you may be seen as a fall guy or fall girl. And at the end of the day, when you are not satisfied, you feel you are doing more than what you are being offered. They may fall into the trap of being burnt out. So what do you do when you get involved in a silent promotion or silent trap, career trap? Make sure that every task you are given, you clarify the task, increase your visibility, make sure that let your presence be felt in whatever organization you fund. So don't just sit in your corner and think, oh, you are an effective worker, everybody will know you. Naturally, recognition become naturally. Then build relationships with decision makers. When you are given an opportunity to work with a high ranking or a senior ranking person, don't run or shy away from it. And when you find yourself in team situations, speak up. Speak up and manage your workload. Set boundaries to avoid burnout. And time your request for formal recognition and document all your successes, like I said earlier on. And believe you me, when you get a pushback, in other words, you're requesting for promotion and you are not being accepted, be prepared to negotiate by asking for some other things. I mean, not even be some other packs, like, okay, why can't I get flex time? Why can't I get extra time off for the extra work I'm doing? Okay. So please be sensitive to those silent traps. Silent promotion traps are real, and be sensitive to them and make sure you prepare yourself to ward them up. Okay. So by way of recap, I spoke about foundation, accountability foundation for a fulfilling career, how we can manage our work and career promotions. And we also spoke about how we can manage our work, the elements and the benefits. I've also spoken about the strategies for getting promoted and the silent factors and career traps. Please, I want us to pay attention to the fact that getting certified as a professional doesn't end it there. What makes a successful career starts from what to do from your day one after getting certified. I can, freely tell you that I've built, large teams and hired hundreds of professionals in my career. People with skills, compassion, and drive will always find the right opportunity. And sometimes this may be tough due to some, external circumstances, today's economic situation, and so on. But I want to advise us, keep faith. The only thing you can control is to become a better version of yourself. So I'll advise you to keep improving as a professional accountant. So by way of question, do you really have a clear vision of where you want to take your career in finance and accounting? Are you willing and positioned to pay the price? The choice is yours. Please take responsibility. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you. Our participants are participating. They're giving you a round of applause at the chat box. So thank you very much, Mr. Kayode. You've done excellently well. We've heard a lot from you. We've learned so much from you, and it's been quite a value-adding time for us being with you this month. Thank you very much. Just type out your questions on the question and on the Q&A chat box. Give us your question there, not on the general chat box, please. There is a Q&A chat box where we want you to post your questions to. So, Mr. Kayode, do you want to?
Yes.
Let me read it out for you so everybody can participate.
Yeah, what are the questions?
Working in a public service, how do you ask for promotion or due benefits when you do more than your responsibilities? Even do the work of your boss, then the promotion is time-bound or regulated. Do you want to help us?
Thank you very much. Public service is a unique place. But one thing I want us to know, and I can tell people, thank God I worked in like 6 very good organizations. I tell people, when it appears you are not being recognized in your job, don't reduce what you are offering. Okay, and nothing says that organization was custom made for you or you are made for that organization. One thing you can be sure of is if you are a very good worker, sooner or later you'll be recognized, either from within the organization or from outside the organization, and it plays out. So one thing, please continue to improve on yourself, continue to develop yourself, continue to offer more than you are paid. If your current employer is not recognizing you or paying you for it, another employer or master, and it will become too late for the organization you are working for to hold on to you. Just know that, just believe that you owe it yourself to be the best version of yourself every day you appear at work. Thank you. Any other question?
Yeah, thank you for that excellent answer. In the public service, let me just add a little bit more. In the public service, yes, promotion is time-bound. It's a regulated environment for promoting people. But you're doing yourself well by putting in your best. You are promoting yourself.
Yeah.
You are promoting your skills. You are promoting what you know, and nobody can take it away from you. He told us about various ways to get promoted. There's the vertical, there's the horizontal, there's the dry, there's the open, and there's the closed.
Yeah.
Closed up promotions. It may not be promotion within that public service. It may not be promotion within your immediate MDA or whatever.
Environment.
Just keep doing what you need to do. Keep growing, keep developing the skills. And someday, sometime, your values, your skills will be required by someone, and someone will come there and pick you.
Yeah.
So don't wait until the day somebody comes to clap for you to say, yes, I'll keep working. I'm encouraged. Encourage yourself. You can be a motivator. He talked about ethics. Your ethical values will also drive your ability to remain focused and earn yourself some promotion someday, sometime. Opportunity may come your way. You may start your own business. You may just find yourself somewhere. So keep doing never have the negative mindset, be positively geared to keep adding value, continue supporting your boss. Your boss may leave the public sector, hit a very big job somewhere else, and pick you and go with him. It can just be anything, anytime, anyway. Never get discouraged. Your time will come. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have another question. Please, sir, can you explain a little bit about promotion traps? I think you already explained it.
I already explained.
So,
I went back. There's so many promotions.
Please, let's take some other people. We can come back there if we still have time.
Right.
What do you do when you work in an organization where suggestions or contributions are not welcome? Mr. Abe, do you want to? What do you do?
Where suggestions are not taken?
Yes, and contributions are not welcome.
Okay, please. I want to, the difference between organizations with best practices and organizations that are just there, the ones that don't tap into the innovative, and creative abilities of their employees. And what I tell people, when you have ideas, you have suggestions, creative ideas, don't just end it verbally. Document it and keep documenting. Believe me, one day something is going to pop up and someone will say, this guy mentioned it, and you'll be recognized for it. And even if they don't use it, no one says that someday you'll be out of that organization and that same idea might actually be what's going to propel you forward. I tell people, if you don't add values to organizations you work for in the way of progressing in your career, you are not likely to be able to add values to yourself when you leave such organizations. And that's why some people finish their career and they end it there. They don't know what to do, what else to do. But people who have been creative, who have been value adding, you see them getting out of the organization and become more useful to themselves. Because all those creative ideas, the ones they've been able to sell to the organizations, the ones the organization didn't buy, becomes useful for them. And it propels them, when they leave the organization, when they leave such organizations. And just like the chairperson said just now, please, when you have those ideas, don't get discouraged. Learn to document and learn to know that you are making yourself better. And one day everything will sum up and speak for you in some strange places that you may never have expected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. We have many questions here. I don't know how we'll do this, but we have to be brief so that we have to brief. We'll take as many as we can, very brief with responses. I also want to add a little brief contribution to when you think your organization doesn't take contributions. I think you should also listen and know what kind of feedbacks your organization is giving you based on what you have contributed. You have to be sure that you're contributing what your organization wants you to contribute. I believe every striving organization welcomes contributions from people.
Yeah.
So please make sure that your contributions are in alignment with what the organization is looking at.
Mission.
Yes. And he said something during his presentation. He said, if your boss is an ethical person, please continue with that boss. People who are ethical will rarely mislead you. So make sure that your contributions are really adding value. And you can have a session with your organization and ask and find out how do they want you to contribute? What is their direction? What is their strategy? What way do they want the employees, so that you also can follow that same direction. And then if you have a deviant direction, you have to find a positive way of sharing those contributions and never get discouraged. If you are so sure about what you are contributing, never get discouraged. Someday, sometime, like he said, someone will admit it, listen to you, and embrace it. But just do it peaceably, do it professionally, and you'll find that sometime you are the winner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. There's a question about managing office politics as a young accountant. We have a politics session. Let's step that down till that time.
Yeah.
In a situation where responsibilities are assigned and you are promoted, but for months, your salary remains the same. And when a review is finally done, it is just an increment of 20,000 only. Is it okay to leave? Just stay positively minded. Leave when it's time, not because of money. If you want to leave for 20,000, what if the overall costs, the opportunity cost to leave is even more expensive for you? To the other side. So you weigh your peculiarities. Organizations have their policies and have how their emoluments rates. Nobody can pay you as much as you think you can pay yourself. So till the day you think you can pay yourself, then you can. But I would not suggest you to leave and go and stay at home. Keep looking for that better place. Hopefully you get a better place that will pay you better. But also have in mind that no organization can pay you as much as you think you
much as you are worth.
Yes. No. And your pay will actually have to be within the definition of the organization's payroll structure. Because an organization will not, because of you, change their payroll structure. Even some pays may not be up to, increase may not be up to 20,000. It can be 3,000, it can be 1,000. So honestly, there are some places like, even in the civil service, that I've seen those things happen. So just stay and have a fulfilled career, first of all. And then while you're looking for better places, hopefully you can get one. And hopefully you can get that innovative idea that can make you pay yourself billions and trillions.
Thank you,
Mr. B, you take the next question. How can you change operational procedure in a company, even if the management are not willing to do so as an internal auditor?
Procedures, right?
Yeah, procedure.
Yeah, like I encourage young people coming in, when you have ideas about how things can change, and remember what the chairperson yourself, making sure that first you understand the vision, the mission of the organization, and how your role actually contributes to that. Please don't shy away from documenting recommendations. And when you are, making a proposal, change your procedures, change your process. Make sure you have what you could call a justification. What do we stand to benefit from these changes? And also try on one side, if we don't change this procedure, what are we missing? What are we losing? What risk are we running? And believe me, management will weigh the pros and the cons and be able to take their decision. But be saying to someone who is able to spot these issues and be able to come up with ways out of them. I'm sure no organization done to such recommendations. If it's something that you've been able to properly justify, it's a matter of time. If the person taking that role at that point in time doesn't recognize it, as one day someone will say, no, we have a documentation here that we must consider. Someone will give it consideration. But just be saying to someone who is all out to make things better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So I'm going to take one more question, and then we will take the other ones online and then answer them on our handles in the next 1 week, please. So let's do that way, so that because we are time bound on what we are doing. So one more question. So I'll take these two questions together. Is it advisable going for higher paid job whenever you see one, even though you have not stayed long in employment? And it's another related question. Is it advisable to move on by looking for a better offer if you're not being recognized at your current place of work, and you're not doing more than what you're expected to do?
Okay, very beautiful question.
For a
And
higher place
when you are, let me be very careful when you are making a job change. And there's a way I analyze these things for people. You could be in a job that is not offering too high, but fantastic environment, fantastic training, and fantastic opportunities in terms of exposure. Believe you me, until probably the last 15 years, the big four accounting firms, when you go to work in them, you don't get too, you don't get too fantastic a pay, but you get well trained, you get well exposed, that when you are moving for premium appointments. Whereas you could go to a dead-end job. You bring in everything you've learned. Thank God today, you can learn from your handheld devices, unlike those days. So some organizations offer what is more than cash, what you will use your cash pursuing. They offer it as part of your compensation, training opportunities, exposures, and so on and so forth. Whereas some people, they give you huge pay, and then you are everything you brought into the organization. And it just takes you 6 months, 1 year down the line. You are bored, and you find out that you found yourself in a dead-end job. Be very careful. Don't rush into a dead-end job where you have a promotion, you may be getting so much pay, but at some point, you get so frustrated that you're either not learning more or you are not getting, exposed to, more opportunities. And probably people even in those organizations don't get to move. So that's all advice I would give. Be very careful, do your analysis very well, and find out about the organization you are moving into before you make that move for a higher pay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. B. We have had a very pleasant time with you. At this point, I'll have to draw this session, this particular paper, to an end temporarily. We will share the slides of this session on our various handles that you'll be receiving from us soon. You can check our Young Accountants social media handles, and ICAN website. We'll get that done within the next 1 week, and then we'll answer the questions that are yet to be answered there. We'll deliver to you on those platforms, please. Right now, I will want to ask my colleague who is here with me to again help us say thank you to our paper presenter. I call on Olamoyegun Oreofe James. Please, could you help us do a vote of thanks to Mr. B?
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Mr. Olukayode Oabe, on behalf of the YADC, the Young Accountant Development Committee, and also by extension, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, we want to thank you very much for the time and also the preparation and this slide, and also the delivery. We want to really appreciate you on behalf of the young accountants of the Institute. We thank you for the wealth of experience you've delivered, and we believe that this is going to be a learning point and an action point also for members of this professional body. Thank you very much, sir, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, God bless you.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah. I go into the next, we're going to be having the second paper presenter. And that's a beautiful picture of another young, wonderful lady. who is going to be appealing to our young accountants this afternoon. So I'm going to be calling one of our board members again to present. And then for those of us who are joining, just joining, I know you know those organizing the session today. We are Young Accountants Development Committee, ICAN. And I am privileged to be the chairperson of this committee. Here with me are my board members who have jointly organized this program with me. I'm just privileged to be the moderator for today's session. This is our first 2025 webinar series. We will be bringing to you monthly series all through this presidential year by the grace of God. And so we want you to hang on with us all through the year. My name is Njum Ninaya Uma Unyeminam. I am a member of the ICAN Governing Council, and I am also privileged to be a young accountant, maybe not in age, maybe, but in heart. And I work with Abia State government as the Accountant General. I also have with me other council members who are here. I have the deputy vice chairman who had introduced himself earlier, but stepped down briefly. His name is Rotarian Francis Ukoro. Permit me to again recognize if there's any other council member who is here. So quick, let he or she unmute herself and let us meet the person. And Secretariat, if you also can identify anyone here, could you help me unmute and let them just briefly introduce themselves before we bring on our next speaker on board?
Good morning, Dr. Nju, or good morning, our chairperson. This is Sheon Ejodame.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Sheon, thank you. Thank you
Yes,
for
you're
joining
very
us.
welcome.
Madam Sheon Ejodame is a member of ICAN Governing Council. She's a very young accountant and one of the mentors we're presenting to you here. Thank you. Any other?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is
Yes.
Dr. Benga Omidiji.
Wow.
It's nice to be here.
Yeah, Dr. Benga Omidiji. Thank you very much. We're excited. So you see, we have very young people, mentors here, all available for you. You can reach them, and they are all ready to help you grow in your career and in your profession and in your chosen field here as an accountant. Do I have any other person here with me? All right, so here we go. I will be calling on Ibrahim, one of our board members of the YAC. Ibrahim, could you please quickly unmute yourself? And Secretariat also help him to unmute in case he's struggling, he has to struggle with it. Ibrahim Jalili, could you help us introduce the next paper presenter? Our paper presenter, please, we'll expect you to please round up presentation at 12 o'clock so that we can take 15 minutes, that's to 12:15, to answer questions so that our participants can really be engaged. So we expect you to take us through to 12 p.m. and then we can take 15 minutes of engaging questions with our participants. Thank you. Ibrahim, you have the floor.
Who is that?
Okay. Okay, let me just take it from here. I think Ibrahim is having some difficulties with network or thereabout. Madam Chair, can I go ahead?
Yeah, you may.
Okay,
You,
thank
you may
you.
shoot. Yeah.
Yeah. Oyekemi Ajayi is a manager of at PwC, a leading global accounting firm with presence in over 150 countries. At PwC, Oyekemi excels in navigating complex transactions within the deals team with a proven track record of successfully leading numerous mergers and acquisitions, deals to fruition. She delivers strategic financial advisory and fundraising solutions, driving value creation for clients. Oyekemi has 10 plus years of experience spanning in investment banking, financial advisory, corporate finance, and consulting. Prior to her joining PwC, Oyekemi was a corporate finance manager in Flour Mills of Nigeria PLC, where she carried out functions spanning across treasury management, corporate finance, and investors relations at the group level and its 23 subsidiaries. Also, she has previously worked within another Big Four firms and a boutique investment bank in Nigeria. Outside her current role, she develops a finance series aimed at enlightening and enhancing business practices for SMEs. She is passionate about empowering small and medium-sized businesses with effective financial management and process optimization, rather. She has various social media channels and produce valuable finance content for SME every week. Oyekemi is a chartered accountant. She also holds a bachelor's degree and MSc in finance from the University of Lagos, Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished professional colleagues, and young accountants in the house, kindly help me to welcome Oyekemi Ajayi for our paper presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, my chairperson, Ma. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chairman, sir. Thank you to all the council members and all the board members. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be taking this section. Please confirm if I should share my screen or you can share from there. I think I should be able to actually. All right. Is this fine?
Yeah, this is fine. Please share yourself so that you can control the session. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much. It is a great pleasure to be here. I'm really excited to be doing this. Thank you so, so much. You would agree with me that accountants are the lifeblood. In fact, let me start from cash. When we talk about cash, we say cash is the lifeblood of an organization. And when we ask ourselves the question, who helps to manage cash within an organization? Who helps to put in all the data, all the information required to process and prepare a financial statement? It is the accountant. So the accountant is very important and critical. In fact, from my experience, when you're setting up an organization and you're looking at the key roles that you need to fill, one of the roles, at least one of the top 5, you would have the accounting function in there. So, I mean, if your hands are not too busy, you could just react with an emoji to show that you appreciate yourselves as a chartered accountant. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are very important. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much. So I'm going to be going into the crux of today's presentation, and I'm going to be talking about an introduction. Yes, I see all the reactions. Thank you so much. We're going to be looking at ethical code of conduct as professionals, in as much as we are important, in as much as we are critical to that decision-making in an organization. There are certain things, certain principles, certain guidelines that we need to ensure that is implemented in our way of work, is implemented in our lifestyle, is implemented in our interaction within the organization. So that's the area that I'm going to be focusing on. And then we're going to be talking about understanding ethical dilemmas, because trust me, a lot of us actually face these dilemmas When we are in that position, what do we do? And then we'll conclude and take on questions. The key objective after this webinar is that I want all the young accountants to be able to say, yes, I'm able to unlock a new perspective on what ethics is. Because to a large extent, a lot of us feel, ethics, they've come again, they've come again, they've come again. But when you understand that ethics is actually a way of life, it actually gives you guidance on how you need to behave, you need to comport yourself, you need to report, you need to act, you would understand that it's actually seamless. There's no much difficulty when it comes to ethics. After this webinar, I expect that we'll be able to, fully integrate ethics into financial management, into accounting, and as we carry out our responsibilities in the organization, we would be more ethical. I also expect that we'll be able to look at certain types of ethical dilemmas and look at strategies that we can use to resolve them, and then also understand what even this unethical behavior is in an organization, and then what we need to do going forward. Alrighty. So I think I've talked about this. Accountants, we are the cornerstone of an organization. We help to process information. So it's not just, we've moved past the era of bookkeeping where we just keep records and all that. But we now do a lot more by bringing in insights for management, bringing in insights for the users of the information, for the stakeholders, for the government, for whoever, even the tax authorities that would use the information of our organization. So we clearly understand that. But in carrying out all these functions, whether planning, budgeting, reporting, forecasting, there are certain things that you need to be guided by. One is a code of ethics. And our institute has provided some guidelines, some things around code of conduct that would help us as professionals, which we will talk more when we go into the presentation. Another key thing that I would like to emphasize here is even confidentiality. Whatever happens in your organization, whatever information you are privy to, whatever data comes your way, as an accountant, you shouldn't even discuss it with your spouse. You shouldn't discuss it with your colleagues, especially colleagues in other departments. You shouldn't discuss it with those you have relationships with, or even people that are external to your organization. Accountants must hold information with high confidence, right? Another point I want to emphasize here is integrity and trust. Trust is very key. And once it's like a relationship, if trust is broken, you find it difficult to confide in a person. You find it difficult to tell the person, okay, this is what I'm going through. This is my problem or my challenges. So that's how it is. For you being an accountant, managing information in an organization, helping with forecasting, planning the future of the business, the organization trusts you. So there's a lot of responsibility that is required from us as accountants. In addition, you also have to be honest. You have to act with integrity. If it is white, call it white. Don't say it's off-white. There's a difference between off-white and white. Or you say it's gray, it's light gray, it's not fully white. You have to, at every point in time, be honest and act with integrity. Okay, because of time, I'm not going to dwell so much on this, but what I'm going to pick out here is we've seen a lot evolve in our accounting profession. So accountants move into finance roles or finance functions. But the interesting thing, I always tell my colleagues that even if you are a finance expert, you still need accounting knowledge. You still need certain information on the principles, the concepts, how things are being treated and all that, even when you are carrying out your finance functions. So it's very much established that accounting is very, very critical in every organization. So there's an interplay between accounting and finance. So things around integration, around performance, governance, optimizing cash flows, optimizing processes, everything flows together, whether you're looking at it from financial management or from accounting. So for instance, now I want to track records and financial transactions. What am I going to do? Obviously, I'm going to document. I'm going to ensure that I have accurate records. I'm going to ensure that I apply data analytics, to present information well and all. On the financial management bit, I will be looking at things around strategic planning to say, okay, this information that we have here, how is it useful? How does it help us to achieve, whatever the organization has planned to achieve in the near future? You say, okay, I want to start producing 20,000 metric tons of a particular item. Previously, you were doing 5. How do you get from 5 to 20? Meaning that there's 15 in between. So that 15 extra metric tons, how do you get there? Accountants will be thinking that, we need to raise money. Okay, maybe I need to go to the bank to get a loan, or we need to explore what's it called? All these initiatives by maybe CBN or the government, like intervention funds, to help to, give us loans at a subsidized rate where the interest rate is lower. The finance person is already thinking that, okay, from a planning perspective, what are the things that we need to do? We might need to buy CAPEX. This is the CAPEX requirements. This is the working capital requirements, blah, blah, blah. So everybody, whether from the finance side or from the accounting side, we are all working together. And one way or the other, there's going to be some handshake in between. So when you understand this, you realize that whether it's financial management or accounting, that ethics is still required, because ethics is like the bedrock of whatever we are doing. Because if I'm looking at how to increase my capacity and the CAPEX requirement, on CAPEX, I shouldn't be thinking of going to get second-hand items that at the end of the day, the organization might use it for just 1 year. And then the next year, they're already thinking of, oh, how do I change this or buy a new CAPEX? Meanwhile, if we had been truthful to the organization, we can do a schedule to say, you know what, if I'm going to buy a new material, this is what the cost will be. If we are going to go for a fairly used material, these are the risks involved. And that's where you need to take a step back. These are the risks involved. So there's transparency, because you're able to advise management better. Management understand the risk involved in that decision. Because we as young accountants, we are not all of us are at the level where we can make a decision. So if you are not at that level where you can make a decision, you can actually recommend. But before you recommend, you need to talk about what's the issues, the risk, the costs, the process, the stakeholders involved. You need to give, a holistic picture, right? So that whoever is going to use your information understand what is involved and what it entails. Okay, I'm trying to, work within our time. So I'll just move into leadership in financial management. All I'm saying here is, as a leader, there are certain things that you need to take into consideration. One is that you need to ensure compliance. So depending on where you work, you may need to comply with maybe one regulatory requirement. It could be from the tax side. It could be for reporting purposes, like those of us that work in listed entities now, you may need to do some filing with SEC and all that. So in whatever situation you find yourself, you must make sure that you integrate ethics into it. If as an organization, and if you are at the top level in your organization, you should have ethics embedded in maybe one of your functions, right? And see how best you can monitor it as you go ahead. So leadership responsibility is very, very key. It has to start from the top and then it trickles down. You need to also be able to drive ethical decisions in an organization. And an example is what I said earlier. Before you say, I am implementing anything or I am recommending, you need to do a proper analysis, a proper review, and ensure that that review is discussed with stakeholders and they really understand what they're going into, irrespective of the time frame of that transaction. The next thing again I would like to mention here is that as leaders, right, we need to ensure we enforce these ethics. It's not immediately, it's a gradual process, but you need to make people understand that as a team, they need to be imbibing ethical practices. As you carry out your functions, payables, procurement, supply chain, you need to infuse ethics into it. The next thing I'm going to be talking about is ethical code of conduct for professionals. I mean, this is very key and it's something that, a lot of us already know. One is integrity. I'm not going to dwell so much on this. The next one is objectivity. You need to remain impartial. Don't be easily, there are some people that they don't have a mind of their own. As accountants, as a person who is ethical, you must be objective, not because, oh, I have one view now, and then A comes and says, oh, it's like this, is like this. You immediately tilt to A. No, stand your grounds. This is what I think based on my experience, based on what I've seen, and ensure that your points are backed with facts. I always say this, anything that is data-driven, anything that is backed with facts, it's very difficult for management to contest it because data does not lie. The next point is on confidentiality, which I've talked about. It's very important in our profession. It's not everything we will be saying out. We need to keep some so that management can trust us, so that your leaders can trust you. Yeah. The next point is also on professional competence and due care. If you realize that there's a skill gap, train yourself. You don't even need to wait for the organization to train you. Train yourself, build yourself up, because as accountants, what we sell is what we have upstairs. It's our knowledge we are selling. So as much as possible, you need to keep renewing it. Don't stay on old knowledge. Some accountants are not very grounded in IFRS. Take up the challenge. If you see that there's a gap for you, learn it. For everything you are doing, oh, how do I apply this standard on what I'm doing? It helps your work stand out. It helps, even, we talked about promotion. When your bosses see the quality of your work, they would trust your work. And when you're not even there, they can speak for you. All right, that will be a discussion for another day. The next one is on professional behavior. At every point in time, we accountants must always comply with the laws and the regulations that, back our profession, and also where we work. And, for some of us, we work in places where they are highly regulated. There are laws, there are regulations that you need to comply with. Please, as accountants, ensure that you uphold integrity. Okay. Oh, wow. We have ethical dilemma, and I think I want to stay on this for a while. Ethical dilemma would come up when you face a situation that you need to choose, between two conflicting maybe principles or something. And sometimes it could be like your own interest is even what is conflicting. It depends. But what are the things that we need to look at, right, when we talk about this thing? When we are looking at this whole ethics, we need to be able to maintain trust and credibility. You need to ensure that you stay informed, because even when there's a dilemma, when you're informed, you take a step back and say, okay, what is the issue? What do I need to do? What is required? And then what do I need to do? And then as much as possible, you also need to work with stakeholders and build that trust with stakeholders. But let me move into causes of this dilemma that we are looking at. There could be pressure from superiors. Pressure from superiors can be in any form. Pressure that, oh, we need to improve performance, we need to do well this year, we need to increase the sales target. It has to be triple of what we did last year. And then we are looking at it that, okay, we want to do 3 times. We didn't recruit, we did not buy CAPEX, we don't even have enough working capital to sustain the business. All those things can actually cause dilemma. It could also be that your own personal interest is conflicting with your professional duties. It could be that you need to meet your financial targets. You need to improve performance by all means. The company has been making losses and they're saying, this year we must make profit. Anything you can do, accountants, you must do it. It comes up. You need to maybe make a financial impact when there's an economic downturn, and that one is not your fault though. You can't even control it, because if inflation is reading 35%, for example, or you get, there's nothing you can do about it. If the bank says that I'm only going to give you loan, and this loan I will give you is at 30%, can you work on it? Is there anything you can do? Those things come up because the organization, your boss cannot come and say, man, you need to find something to do around it. All those things can actually cause ethical dilemma. You could also desire to enhance the company's image, so present the company better, so that the bank can look at it and say, you know what, this company is doing very well. Their forecast shows that their cash flow can actually cover this loan 3 times. Meanwhile, in the real sense, it is not like that. Those things come up. What are the things that you need to do when all this arises? I'm actually pressed for time because I need to finish for 12. But before I go into what we need to do, there are certain things I wanted to bring out based on finance functions, and I think this might be helpful. So when you're in account payables, some unethical practices can be colliding with your suppliers, and then to inflate price, or you offer them bribes so that they can approve a particular payment for you and all that. Those things can come up. Those are wrong. If you do that, please desist from it. Under accounts receivables, you may be looking at using threats or harassment or other aggressive practices to collect payments. I think we can make it a bit more structured and have milestones for your payments. If it is possible, try to collect the bulk of your payments upfront rather than, taking the remaining one towards the end of your projects, depending on what you are working on. Falsifying receivable records too is also another form of an unethical practice that should be avoided. Manipulating financial statements to mislead stakeholders as much as possible, that shouldn't be in our record as accountants. Maybe hiding liabilities, or not even, there's something that some accountants do. When they post, they will not put a narration, or they post the narration. When you even look at it, you won't even understand what that narration means. All those kind of things should be avoided. Then you allowing your personal relationship to influence your audit findings, especially our colleagues in internal audit, as much as possible, let's try to avoid that. For tax, bribing our officials or trying to go through backdoor channels, as much as possible, let's try to avoid that. Do what you need to do, because as an ethical professional, those things are wrong. And then for bank reconciliation, you see some items, this should be reconciled to. You made a mistake, you don't want to own it, to correct it, or you look at it and say, you know what, let me leave this, it will affect us, but management will not know, hide it under another area. All those things, as much as possible, should be avoided, because the downside is that when you keep doing unethical practices, it can lead to loss of jobs. It can lead to loss of reputation. It can lead to breaking of trust, right? It can even lead to financial losses. Because sometimes when we do certain things, the implication is waiting for us in the future. You can damage the reputation of an organization. You can disrupt organizational flow, and then you have regulatory issues and all that. So all those things should be avoided. Don't let it be in your own tenure as the chief accountant or the young accountant that all these things would happen. Create a structure of implementing change in your business or in the organization. And then I would have loved to touch on the Aaron scandal, but because of time, I have just 1 minute left. We all know the story, right? And that little mistake by a team member, I will even give an example very briefly. Maybe somebody does something and you don't even review, you just say, okay, I trust judgment and I send it. You don't know whether that young accountant has done something that is wrong, right? And you'll be held responsible. So as much as possible, always make sure that you do that extra check. So what can help you even when you're under pressure? The first is that my chair person, I know it's 12 o'clock, but please give me 2 minutes to just quickly touch through this slide and finalize. I hope that's fine.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. So far, I hope we are getting something. I hope it's insightful. I hope it's interesting. I hope you understand that ethics is not boring. No, ethics is very interesting. I'm an ethical champion in my place of work, and this is what I try to preach. It has to be a way of life for everyone. So one of the things you need to do when you're under pressure is that you need to follow ethical guidelines. ICAN has set out these guidelines for us, so we need to follow it. Please check your go online and check after this session and you will get it. You need to also engage in trainings to help you to understand ethics better. You need to seek guidance from mentors. I think we had talked about it earlier. Seek guidance from mentors on how you can maintain high moral standards, right? Excuse me. And then your organization must have a whistleblowing mechanism in place. They must have a policy on whistleblowing that can be explored or that can be used. And like, I'll give an example. What we do in our organization, we put our box where people can put in anything that is bothering them. anything unethical or whatever, you put it in the restroom. So you know when you go into the restroom, it's only you that is in that restroom. So you can write your mind anonymous and put it in there. So when we pick it up, we're able to see whatever issue and all, and we don't need to know it is ABC that puts it in there. So that's another insight that can be helpful. And then for your policies, our HR people and all, one way or the other, you need to ensure that those policies are clear, right? And as you create those policies, any policy in the organization, make sure that you infuse certain things around ethical considerations in there. What is expected? What should be done, right? And then as much as possible, develop a stress management technique. What can help you handle stress effectively? What can help you handle these pressures effectively? Pressure is everywhere, trust me, but they're just in different dimensions. So we need to understand how to manage them. And as much as possible, your independence and your objectivity in every activity matters as accountants. And as much as possible, if you can avoid situation of conflicts, please ensure you do that. Lead by example. My accountants, lead by example. Recognize and reward ethical behavior. If you have somebody that you see implies all these things, ensure that you reward that. Establish a good code of conduct that can be adopted in your organization. Another thing is, I've talked about trainings, have an open and transparent culture. If people see that they can trust you, they can open up to you, they would come to you. So as much as possible, let's try that. And also whistleblowing policies, ensure it is implemented. On a final note, I want to call you all to action. So this is a call to action, right? A call to action. Ensure that you lead by example. Let ethics be your foundation. And as you go with your everyday activity, please imbibe the code of conduct that has been put in place or that has been set by our institutes. So you have things around integrity, objectivity, professional competence and due care, confidentiality, and professional behavior. Thank you so much. I'm open to questions.
So a round of applause to Oyekemi Ajayi for this beautiful ethics session. I think many of our sessions should actually speak to ethics. The principles of debit and credit, we all know, accounting, we all know. Yeah. But how ethical are we, even in that, Kemi, I would even say even in the toilet, I'm sorry, even in that convenience, you can actually go and tell yourself, I want to be ethical, even if I have all these strange voices in my head, I want to get them off. And in my privacy, I want to imbibe the principle of being ethical. So, because when we imbibe these things in our personal mirror, then it's actually easy to display them outside at any time. It becomes just a part and parcel of us. So thank you, that's very beautiful. But if we have to keep conflicting in our thoughts about them, just go into that private space and talk to yourself about it and come out with the ethical picture that your organization, the professional accountant expects you to be. So thank you. I learned a lot. I like the perspective which you've taken this session through. And I know many young people too here have gathered a lot from you. So we'll have a question and answer session again, and that's going to be with you this time. I know my professional colleagues here have a lot of questions. So what are your questions? Could you post them on the question and answer chat box quickly? Hope I'm not missing them. On the Q&A chat box, please, not on the general chat box. We await your questions quickly. Okay, so I have a council member having his hands raised online. Dr. Lushe Olaiwaju, please unmute yourself and speak. Thank you.
Madam Unjum. Sorry, I didn't raise up my hand. I think it's Dr.
Yemisani.
Oh, your hands looked raised here. Okay. Okay. Dr. Sonny, is your hands raised? Dr. Shea, don't you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, madam.
Okay. All right. Please introduce yourself to us. We're happy to have you here. And then tell us what you want us to know. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, professional colleague. Good afternoon, Dr. Njun. My name is Dr. Luce Yola Riwaju, a council member and the current honorary treasurer. It's my pleasure being here.
Thank you, Dr. Shea. Dr. Shea is also one of the mentors you can actually look up to and ask him questions, get close to him. And I can assure you
He actually
that
lectured me during my ICAN days, funny enough.
you see, and now you're a very
Yeah.
an ethics champion because of what you got from him too. So thank you. That's a very good testimony that we are hearing today. So Dr. Shea, you're welcome. We're happy to have you here with us and encouraging us and imparting us. Thank you. So Dr. Sonny Adeyemi, you have the floor. And young accountants, please post your questions so we can be on time.
Good afternoon, my chairman, and good afternoon to everybody on this platform today. Let me commend Kemi for a paper well presented. My name is Dr. Yemisani, a council member of the Institute. The question I want to ask, apparently, not that I do not know how to navigate it, but I just believe that asking that question would be of benefit to a number of our young accountants who are just starting life and who are just, who may find themselves in the kind of a scenario that I want to paint. So that's why I'm asking the question. So I just need to be clear on that before I go forward, my chairman. Okay. Kemi was mentioning something about when she was talking about ethics, and she was talking about our young accountants desisting from, taking bribe, or when they present something to you, you need to say no and all that. The scenario I want to paint is a scenario of not, what they have taught us, what we know, and what real life business situation brings our way. And when you are faced with that, we need to be able to let our people know how to navigate through this. And that is why I want to ask this question, for example, this particular question. We know that the country where we operate in is a very peculiar, country, and a lot of things that happen here, some of them do not happen in the saner climes where we have learned most of these things that we have learned on in terms of ethics and all that. But when life presents us with this, how do we navigate it? Let me take us to, I'll take us to the oil and gas industry, right? In the oil and gas industry, let's go to the upstream. And in the upstream sector, of course, we know that most of these investors that come in, they have it ethically, they're not to pay bribe to anybody and all that. But for them to be able to navigate through the things they want to do, there are certain things they do. For example, they describe it as something else in their books. Maybe they call it community development and all that. Whereas this money are money they pay to all the kings or the people that matter within the community where they're drilling oil, so that they will be able to go ahead and so that their business will be smooth and seamless, right? In the real sense of it, right? This money is eventually expensed into the business, but we know what it is for. So when we're talking about ethics, just the way Kemi has presented it, we know that if we want to follow it hook, line, and sinker, right, that should not even happen in the first instance, whereas business needs to go on. So when our young accountants who will be growing and will be finding themselves in various positions come across these kind of things, like you want to penetrate maybe you're getting a federal government assignment, you want to get an appointment, and you know that to get this thing, probably you may need to, I may not call it bribe. Maybe you want to just make them happy one way or the other to be able to ensure that, because first of all, you need to survive. And to survive, you must be getting businesses. So when you find yourself in this kind of situations, I would like you to let our members know, all our young accountants know how to navigate their ways through this particular scenario. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to ask this question. So up to you, Ken.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. And it's actually a very practical scenario, because we've seen instances where people actually face it. We've even seen instances where, as an organization, or more of, let me use maybe a trading company or an oil and gas, just like you mentioned, they face this type of situations. Well, I will break this down into two. One, I would answer with a question, or which will be food for thought, because to be fair and to be real, in a lot of these instances, you need to use wisdom, right? But the question I would ask is, whatever action that is being taken, is it going to impact your objectivity as a decision maker? Or even as, because, you painted a particular scenario, which is unique to that scenario, but there are other instances that, we can face this. So if you are the person either making a decision, or you are the person that needs to give an opinion on a client, and the client appreciates you by giving you something, one way or the other, would that affect your independence or your objectivity as a decision maker? So I'll leave us to answer that question, right? But if we look at it from an organization's perspective, and we want to look at maybe the gift policy in that organization, because I believe most of the organizations have this. You can have a threshold where whatever is given to you, let's assume maybe $100 or $200, I'm just saying, just as an example, is within that range and is an acceptable gift that you can get from people. The next question would then be, okay, as an organization, if I'm giving gifts as well, what is the level or the band that is allowed to give out as an organization? So that's on one KIDA that I would leave organizations to decide on that, because every business is unique. If you are giving a gift in an oil and gas sector now, the kind of clients you have in there or the stakeholders you have in there, for lack of a better word, might be bigger or richer than, lack of a better word I said, than people in another type of sector. So that's one. The kind of gift policy in that area might be different depending on the organization. But to answer your question specifically, if you need to give out that, I would say you need to first assess the situation objectively. Second is, have you done all that you are required to do? Right? Yes, we might say that is based on the paperwork, but have you done your part? And then whatever is meant to be given, is it something that is really mandatory or that has to be done to ensure the service is rendered? So when you answer all those questions in line, because as the accountant, except if you're in a position where you can make a decision, if you are not in a position where you can make a decision, it still needs to go down to, the real decision makers, and then a position needs to be taken. So I guess my main point here is around one, if you are in the point of a decision-making role, ensure that your objectivity is not impaired. Ensure that your ability to make the right decision is not impaired, because at the end of the day, it might still come back to support you. As an organization, what you can do for your staff or for people working with you, you can set a gift policy or a threshold that can be implemented. And then finally, if you are the one that now needs to make that decision with respect to greasing the palm of somebody in the other sector and all that, there has to be a review of that situation, properly analyzed before a decision is made. Secondly, ensure that on your own part, with respect to what you are to do, you've done the right thing. Because I think the issue here is we're not doing the right thing, and then we're going to sort people or bribe people to help them get our way through. So I think that's where I would that's how I'm going to situate my point to answer the question. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Oyekemi. Thanks. And thank you, Dr. Sonny, for that elaborate question to give us more understanding on what we just discussed. So I'll go to this quick questions. I have a lot of questions here, but I will concentrate on only the questions related to this session because we are talking about ethics here. How an accountant can drive ethical decision-making in an organization. So if you've posted anything here outside of what we are discussing, then I will have to address that later through our online platforms. So I will ask here, there's a question here that says, I would like to ask how to maintain ethical dilemma as an accountant when you find yourself in an organization where your idea is not required. You are only required to do as you are requested. Kemi, did you get that? How do you maintain ethical dilemma as an accountant when you find yourself in an organization where your idea is not required? You're only required to do as requested, as directed.
Because I think my understanding of that is if you work in an organization where, let me go back to the question again. Well, number one, your ideas are not taken. It's just do A, you're expected to do A. Okay, I mean, I would answer the question in two folds. If you are those type of accountants, like the real young accountants that, for lack of a better word, let's just bring it home. Your blood is hot and you are, ready to take on more new knowledge and all that. You may want to think of getting something that is, better for you, right? Because your experience, the content of your experience matters. You can spend 10 years in a place and at the end of the day, you don't have quality experience. So, but that's another discussion for some other time. But to answer your question, I would say when the situation is in front of you, the first is to do your situation analysis, review it. What are the issues? What are the risks? Just like I explained to you, and then present, even if they are not taking what you said, but at least it is documented. Because it becomes an issue when you don't have a voice and you cannot speak tomorrow because it's just a case of go and do it and you've done it. If an issue comes, remember, if two elephants are fighting, it's the grass that typically suffers for it. So my own view is whatever you're asked to do, kindly review it in detail. Whatever issues or recommendation or anything, put it up on the table. Have a good relationship with your boss and effectively communicate. Don't go by arguing or go by telling them that whatever they said is wrong, but go from an informed perspective to say, oh, okay, sir, I've looked at what you said and all. This is a review of what I've done. These are the things I have seen and all. These are considerations that you may want to look into. You could try that approach and see if it works. But if at the end of the day, you keep trying and is go and do this, and the go and do this is wrong. The go and do this is an unethical practice. You may want to consider, maybe you could also try, I don't know if in that organization, there's a whistleblowing policy, but you also have to be careful because this is you working directly with a senior person based on the question that you put out. But if there is somebody you can also discuss with, maybe a more senior person to get guidance, if there is none, you may want to think of getting something else as a last option, but I think you should try. And then effectively do what I had explained, situation analysis, putting out your consideration and recommendation, and proposing that to management and see if that works. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then the next question says, what do you expect us to do when the team at the top supports unhealthy manners within an organization? Then let me take the second question. The next question, what do you do when you are faced with issues, when your organization wants you to carry out a performance that is ethically against professional practice? So I think those two questions are aligned. What do you do when you are faced with ethical issues, when your organization wants you to carry out a performance that is ethically against professional practice? And when the team at the top supports unhealthy manners
I said those are tough conversations, really, to be fair, because that's where you get your daily bread and all, and that's where your bills are being paid from. But then again, you can, depending on the gravity of the situation or whatever they're asking you to do and how unethical it is, you can do it. And when issues come up, you will be the one to answer for it. So I cannot tell you yes, I cannot tell you no. What I'll tell you is that it is wrong to do, or it is not right to do what is unethical. But you need to review whatever you are asked to do. And then if it is unethical, if it is against your profession, if it can even lead to withdrawal of your license and all, you need to make a decision, the right decision that will support your career. But as much as possible, I think you should weigh the situation. Also explore what I said earlier about situation analysis, and then looking at other means that can help you to achieve what management wants in a right manner. So I'll give an example. I know that accountants, we do a lot around provisioning, we do a lot around all those things from the beginning of the year and then release at the end of the year and all. But there are instances where you can do proper planning with your organization or with your CFO and all, and say, okay, you know what do we plan to achieve at the end of the year? We plan to achieve 20 billion at the end of the year. What are the things we need to do? What are the resources we need to put in place? If all those things are done, and you as much as possible, maybe every quarter, review your strategy and all to help you achieve that objective. And where management is defaulting, or maybe we are not achieving it, you can easily provide strong recommendations to help to improve the strategy that you have adopted. It might help you to avoid all these unethical things that will come up at the end of the year. So sometimes you need to also be a step ahead and think through, what are those issues? What are the things that management wants us to be unethical about? Is there a way around it? Because I believe that in some of these things, there could be another legitimate way to go about it. So you as the accountant, you need to think outside the box and look at other means to help management achieve this objective rather than going by the unethical route. Yeah, that'll be my response on that question.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. What do you do when you work as an external auditor? Your clients are majorly public agencies. When you are done with the audit and have raised your observations, the clients request that some observations be removed from the reports. Madam Kemi, do you want to help us?
Can you remove the observation? Why do they want the observation to be removed? So like I would say, you need to review and think if there's a better way to do it. So instead of reviewing, is it possible to tone down? So what I mean by tone down, instead of using harsh words, harsh adjectives to pass the message, you will state the facts. Please don't get me wrong. You will state the facts, what the issue is, but you would not use adjectives that would paint the organization like, they are bad or there's no remedy to whatever the problem is. What I'm saying again, let me repeat what I'm saying. State the issue. I don't think you should take it out of the financials or the reports, but you can sort of tone it down in a way by not using harsh words or adjectives that would present that organization as if they are not doing well. Do you understand? Especially, for some organizations that deal with investors and all that, you put the point out because it has to be clear. If not, you will be held responsible because you are the one doing the audits. Your partner or you yourself might have to sign the reports depending on the case. So state it based on the facts. If management of that public sector is doing something to resolve that situation, state what they are doing to resolve it. So that gives, better perspective to the issue, and I will tone it down a bit and help to, mitigate the risk that they are trying to mitigate. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ma. There's one more question I would like to. So someone here says he has multiple roles as a general accountant, payable accountant, he's the receivable accountant, he's the inventory accountant, he's the treasurer, he's the control person. In fact, he's all the accountant, he's the only accountant there. Where does control and ethics come to play in any of these scenarios?
Wow, first of all, I want to give you thumbs up because you are very powerful for you to wear all these caps. Yeah. And the organization is building your resilience and all. So it's good for you. However, like you said, there's no control because you are the one that is doing it. You are the one that is checking your work and all that. So if there's a mistake, there's no way it would be seen. But I want to believe that you have somebody that you are reporting to, maybe a CFO, or if you work directly with the MD, you may want to come from this perspective. I mean, you can review it and pick some things from it. What are the modern, or what are the trends that you have currently as we speak in accounting? How has things moved? What is required for an organization that is looking to move to the next level in terms of governance, in terms of corporate structure, in terms of even all these accounting functions that is evolving and all? So based on that, and also the growth prospect of the organization, you may want to sort of make a case to whoever you are reporting to on the need to be able to decentralize some of these functions, or the need to bring in somebody else that would be carrying out this function independent from you or of you. Someone that you don't have an influence on that can check whatever you are doing. But you may not put it as check what you are doing. Remember the way I started, helping the organization, like helping the person you're reporting to see the need as they move to the next level. So it's a justification that you need to do. And let me also mention here, when you are trying to propose change, you need to roll up your sleeves. Have patience capital. Mark my words. Roll up your sleeve and have patience capital, because it's not easy to change an organization or change a structure. Because the thing is, you've been doing it, you can do payables well, you are able to negotiate with the vendors and all, we get good rates, and receivables, you follow up with our debtors very well, and we get our payments in 30 days. Yeah, somebody can tell you that. So you won't be able to justify it. But if you do a scenario, like you sort of make a case for them that, oh, we're moving to the next level, this is what is required for us to get there, blah, 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 and make that case, I think you'll be able to achieve what you want to achieve, which is to get somebody else that can really serve as a control or an eye, and then break down these functions into other units rather than everything sitting in one place in the organization. I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Hopefully helpful. Thank you. So I'll, Madam Kemi, I don't know whether you want to answer this question or whether any of the council members here will be in the best position to, are in the best position to answer. So I'll read out the question, and that will be the last question for your paper. Other questions not answered now, we'll take it outside of today's forum and answer participants where they can look out for it. Why is it that not in all cases anyway, that ethics are not completely applied in some district elections in ICAN? At times, the bylaws are overlooked and not applied because of personal interests. Okay, this is not your area of specialization.
It's not, no, I'm not yet a council member.
Okay, is there any council member that wants to help us here?
Madam Ju, let me.
Bengo will take that.
He's not volunteering, no.
Sorry, can you take the question again? I have an idea, but can you take the question again?
Okay, I take the question. Someone wants to know why, not in all cases, that ethics are not completely applied in some district elections in ICAN. At times, the bylaws are overlooked and not applied just because of personal interests.
Well, let me make an attempt as a district person and a past district chairman. I am aware that we have a district bylaws that is expected to be used to guide activities, including elections at the district level. So if someone is going out of the district bylaw to apply any other conditions to district elections, it is the duty of the district members to raise a complaint. And I'm sure on a lot of occasions, the council had been written and has written to adjudicate in such matters. So it's not about not binding to ethics. It's about following the rules that have been laid down by the council for district election. And it is also the right of members who feel that the district ESCOs or leadership is going outside the district bylaws to lodge a complaint. That's why you have the council, but most importantly, that's why you have the district coordinator, who is a council member who can be consulted, and such aberrations can be raised with him. So I wouldn't say that districts outrightly go out of ethics for personal reasons. If for any reason there are peculiar situations in a particular district, for instance, the district bylaw states that to be chairman, you must have served so many 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5 years in the ESCO before you can aspire to be chairman or that. If a district is just being inaugurated newly, if there is no one that is qualified that has all those prerequisites, that is a special situation, and districts are allowed to apply to council for waivers. And I've seen that in my few years of experience in council. I've seen a lot of districts who have done that, apply to council for waiver based on the exigencies of their situation. So let all members know. We need to know the law. We need to know the rules. We cannot accuse leadership or our ESCOs of going outside the rules that we are not familiar with or that we don't know. It is the duty of every member of the institute to be familiar with the district bylaws. And once you see anything that is being done that is in contrary to those bylaws, you need to raise your voice. Speak in your meetings. If you are not at the district meetings, there's no way you can complain that the ESCOs are going outside the rules. So if you are there, you speak. If they don't listen to you, you refer to your district coordinator, and if you feel it's not sorted enough, you write directly to the registrar, to the council through the registrar, who will handle it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Midiji. That's very apt, and that speaks to Oyekemi Ajayi's slide, where the one captured, how can I maintain ethical standards? Follow your organization's guideline. ICAN has a guideline for maintaining ethical standards. When you're under pressure, there's a guideline to follow, and that's just what Dr. Midiji spoke to. Use whistleblowing mechanisms to report unethical practices. Avoid situations of conflicts where you have to become confrontational with the people or physically aggressive to the situation. There's a whistleblowing policy in ICAN, like Dr. Midiji has said, and the council always has the lights in addressing those issues. And whoever has flagged that report also gets a feedback at the end of the day. You can only help ICAN to become better and better by whistleblowing these irregularities, and the council that you have chosen and you have elected will definitely take an ethical decision to ensure that firmness, discipline, ethical practice is instituted in our professional institutes that is much more beloved and much more cherished by every one of us. So thank you. I know that I couldn't go through all the questions, but you also know that we are all time bound. But I want to promise you that these questions will all be answered. As long as you follow our ICAN handles, we'll post out the answers to everything by the grace of God. And then I will ask again that my board member, Ariel Fair, can you please help me say thank you to Oyekemi Ajayi, our ethical champion for today.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to our prepared presenter, the ethical champion herself, Madam Oyekemi Ajayi. Thank you for also your thoughts in putting up the paper and the delivery. We want to appreciate you from the YADC committee and board. We are appreciating you, and also by extension the institute. Thank you very much, and we really appreciate. God bless.
So,
Thank you very much.
Femi, thank you. You have a lot of testimonies of a good job done. Kudos, our speaker. You can just go to the chat and then take your accolades there. We'll bring you back some other time. We enjoyed you.
Thank you so much.
And we're happy to see that young accountants, young persons like us are driving ethics everywhere. And so you have just inspired us now. You've mentored us that ethics is the way to go. It pays to be ethical. So young accountants, we go the ethics way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I go to the third paper presenter. And I'm going to be having Ibrahim Jalili, one of my board members at the YAC, to read that profile for us.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ibrahim. So for the next presentation, we have Mr. Olumiwa Adebayo. Today is a great honor to have you in our midst. So, hereby I read his profile. Olumiwa Adebayo is a distinguished finance executive with extensive expertise in financial reporting, risk management, transaction, and adherence to international financial standards. His academic achievement includes a higher national diploma in business administration from Yaba College of Technology, he has a bachelor's degree in actuarial science honor from the University of Lagos and an MBA from the University of Cumbria, UK. Further, he holds advanced certification in transfer pricing from Middlesex University, UK, Data Science and AI University of Texas at Austin, and Blockchain Technology, University of Cape Town. Olumiwa is an intentionally certified professional, holding the CFA Chartered ICAN-ngr USA and fellowships from ICAN, CITN, and the Institute of Credit Administration. He is also a CGMA, ACMA, AICPA, and CIMA holder, alongside ACCA's IFRS diploma and CIMA's advanced diploma in management accounting. He further holds the prestigious FI, MC, and CMC designation. Professionally, Olumiwa has made significant contribution in banking, risk management at Deloitte IFRS Advisory, where he played a key role during Nigeria IFRS adoption. Currently as the Group Head of Tax and Financial Control at Sahara Group, a multinational energy conglomerate. He oversees tax planning, transfer pricing, financial reporting, risk management, capital allocation, and financial strategies across trade, upstream, downstream power, and infrastructure sectors, ensuring alignment with strategic and compliance goals. A highly respected thought leader, Olumiwa served as the chair of the Committee of Finance Experts at NECA and once held a board position on ICAN Corporate Reporting Faculty for 2 consecutive presidential years, 2022 to 2023 and 2023 to 2024 financial year. His academic affiliations include programs at Harvard Kennedy School, SED Business School at the University of Oxford, George Business School at the University of Cambridge, Columbia Business School, and Rothman School of Management, University of Toronto. A passionate educator and mentor, Olumiwa imparts knowledge through professional tutorial for ICAN, ACCA, and others, currently leading financial reporting at Wise Associates Limited. Beyond his professional responsibility, he engaged the digital space as a YouTuber on financial reporting, tax, and financial modeling. As a data science enthusiast who developed the Timponomics GPT AI chatbot, Olumiwa career reflects a remarkable blend of academic excellence, industry influence, and innovative thought leadership, delivering strategic financial solutions and sustainable value across global markets. Once again, we really appreciate your presence today. We are truly privileged to have you in our midst today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I believe I can share my screen now.
Yes. Then please, can I just give you, we'll run with you till 12:10, so we can have a 15 minutes question and answer as well. We're truly happy to have you here with us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
I meant to say 1:10, 10 minutes past 1, not 12:10, 1:10 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I appreciate the opportunity you've given to me to be here today. And I think before I start, I will have to imagine myself to ask whether I am a young accountant or not. Because when I could see very senior people also probably making claim to be young accountant, it then means that probably I'm also a young accountant, because the future of accounting resides with the young accountants. Therefore, on this premise, probably I have to bring myself to be recognized among the young accountants. And the beauty of it also is that today we'll be talking about what the young accountant seems to more or less consider as part of what is going to provide that enablement in the future, and which speaks to how we will harness cloud computing technology towards an effective financial system. Okay, probably I would like to play just a short video, but because of the time, I think I won't be able to play it again. Okay, but let's look at the objective that we wanted to achieve at this section. Okay, more or less I could group it into 4 cardinal points. The first aspect is to understand the historical trend and context, and let's bring it to the present of the adoption of cloud computing and in relation with finance. And the second aspect that we are going to look at is much more of exploring what benefit exists for organizations where we will be working as a young and future accountants, what benefits cloud computing brings to the table. Likewise, we also look at challenges, because in every innovative idea or innovation that comes to mind, it comes with its own cost and challenges. And likewise, we look at it in real world. How do we apply effectively to enhance productivity, cloud computing? Likewise, we will be looking at trying to identify existing and emerging areas where future accountants like me will be annexing cloud-driven environment towards ensuring that we provide value to the business or organizations in which we find ourselves. And likewise, I'd like to discuss practical steps, at least, that effectively can allow organizations to achieve that traction and trajectory with respect to adopting cloud computing. And this will be in about 5 different structure slides. Now, the first aspect I'll be looking at is let's come from the past so that we can better appreciate the present and be able to have greater expectation about the future. And that border on talking about the past, where we're coming from. And the first thing we need to look at here is to ask ourselves, cloud computing 101, synonymous to accounting 101, which means what we mean by cloud computing in its real sense. Okay, to more or less put a framework and context to this, what we find out is that people misconstrue what cloud is all about. Sometimes when you say your file is on the cloud, my data is on the cloud, my application is sitting on the cloud. Therefore, the question then is, what do you mean by cloud? Okay, it may be still shocking that many people still believe cloud means the same cloud we look when we look at the sky. And people will now be confused. Over time, if you have had the opportunity to fly within Nigeria or outside Nigeria, but you have never seen anything in the cloud is just a plain, what's it called, a plain surface. Therefore, where are these things in the cloud? And I would just like to more or less iterate that when we talk about cloud in this context, it's just a booze. Now we are only talking about a remote access to a computing facility. Probably will have used the word remote computing. But again, cloud is just to show that we are looking at things without borders, without necessarily being fixated in a particular location. And therefore, that is what we mean by cloud. And therefore, every form of computing that is done at a central point somewhere else, where you can even share facility and have more computing power at a lower cost, we consider such environments as a cloud environment. And therefore, the main clouds still sit in this world we are. And where they sit is always known as a data center. And I think that will bring us to bear to further appreciate what cloud computing is all about. Therefore, cloud computing 101, what does it entail? It only entails us finding an on-demand computing service where we can either store our data, where we can have access to server in case we have some robust technology which have to be hosted at a server, or in which server infrastructure is in demand, and also where we can warehouse our data, what we call a database. Okay, in all of this, we are now saying that such an environment is a cloud environment provided we can only access it through an internet infrastructure. Which then means that 3 things are key about cloud computing. 1, you have the data center where the physical infrastructure exists remotely from wherever organizations operate. 2, you have internet service that links every user to that data center remotely without having knowledge of the physical presence or otherwise. And the 3rd thing is then to have the knowledge of the usage of that cloud service. And therefore, we have more or less delineated what cloud computing is all about. And what is also unique about cloud computing is that it's usually pay per use, or at least subscription-based pricing. And we're going to see that as we move on to identifying that we have 3 classifications to which we can access service in the cloud. And these 3 categories, which are service model in the technical language, are what is known as IaaS, which we call infrastructure as a service. And we're going to look at it in a couple of minutes. And we also look at platform as a service. And we also look at software as a service. Yeah, these are technical words, but we can more or less try to understand it in its breadth. Now, let me try to break it down for us so that it's not technical in nature. Now, first, I've identified that there are things you could do with cloud computing. What access do you need? Is access to computing services, which are remote access. And therefore, the access might be you needed a server to host any of your IT development or program development, you might need a server or a data center that will provide you with humongous computing power so that you can use the likes of the GPUs, TPUs, NPUs, and the likes. And I'm going to explain what those CUs are, as the case may be. Now, in that situation, what then happens is that you needed infrastructure in one way or the other to enhance your computing capability, so that you may not have the capital outlay to more or less put that infrastructure in place, or where you even have the capital outlay, the cost of maintaining it might become onerous, and it outweighs the benefits. And also issues that borders on security, expertise, and all of those things are limiting factors to you having your own computing power located on premise, which means within your own office or offices, as the case may be. Therefore, when we look at infrastructure as a service, you find out that this more or less is used as where you have a whole access end-to-end to the computing infrastructure that has been ring-fenced for you as an organization by a cloud service provider. Example of cloud service provider that is known to us much more is Amazon. And remember AWS, Amazon Web Service. We also talk of Microsoft Azure, and you also talk of Google Cloud, amongst others. But those three are the primary ones. And therefore, in that case, you have end-to-end access to both the infrastructure, to all of the computing power, allocation of machines, and the likes. But you also pay as you go. Now, platform as a service is more or less like a scale down of it, which means I don't need more of a ring-fence. What I just need is a development environment where I can test my application, where I can host some of my application, where I can connect APIs. And what we call APIs is more or less application programming interface, which means it's allowed two or more separate operating systems of software to interact. Okay, for example, if you want to understand API from that aspect, we say we have a marketplace, probably a Jumia, for example, and you have a bank. Therefore, how do you purchase on Jumia so that you use your card and you are more or less being debited with your bank immediately? Because both Jumia and the bank has API interface, okay? And that's what API means in that respect. Now, the last one is the lowest level where you and I play mostly, and that is software as a service. In this case, you have no direct access to any of those infrastructure other than you having your data, your assets customized for you as an end user. And in that case, that's why you have things like Google Drive that you use, things like iCloud. You also have things where you have access to some applications online, including your Gmail. All of those ones are more or less software as a service, which means you only have a user access to operating any of such developed software or application on the internet in a remote environment. And therefore, within all of this, you find out that the users depend on the capabilities that were involved. And as you have seen, by the time you have access to the material, you see more of the use cases and some other things like that. But again, in a summary, I'll just show you pictorially what it means, which means if it's on-premise, you have all of this. The application is just your data, your runtime, your middleware and operating system and the likes. You host them within your premises, whether off-site or on-site. But when it's infrastructure as a service, therefore, you more or less only have access to the infrastructure that is referenced to you with respect to application access, data access, runtime access, middleware access, and operating system. But if you took a platform, which is a more scaled down approach, which means it's just for development and data warehousing, therefore you have things like applications and data, and that's where you see more of developers of software that you guys may use. They have this access. And likewise, for you and I, we have no access to all of this other than you have a user experience where we go and watch Netflix. where we go and do Facebook and some other things like that. And therefore, we only more or less pay as you go or use by subscription base and access to a remote access computing power where you can do whatever you want to do as an organization. And I'll give you a typical example for finance perspective. Now, small businesses can now leverage on that, because one of the shortcomings of small businesses is that they have restricted or limited capacity for documentation, bookkeeping, record keeping, and the likes. Today, we have various software as a service where you can issue invoice, you can issue PO, you can issue receipt, you can do banking transaction at a go at as low as $5 per month. This is a typical example of software as a service, which then means that no matter how small you are as a business, therefore you don't need physical infrastructure. Most times you don't even need typical accounting software you have to host on your own premise. You just have to subscribe and have access to this, and it's being partitioned for you so that you can use it for your day-to-day operations. And this enhances the value of your business. Now, the major objective we are trying to achieve in this case is that we are trying to increase productivity. We are trying to enhance value for businesses. We are trying to increase access to technology so that it improves businesses' performance, efficiency. It also allows you to have good customer experience with your customers and reduce your cost of operating as a business. All of these things, more or less, are the key benefits that we bring to the table. But again, let's look at our past. Where did we start from? Now, I can look at it from three perspectives. The legacy system era, if you look at it within a 2-decade, 1970 to 1990, all what we know those days are bulky computer equipment, which we know as a mainframe, okay? Manual maintenance process, limited in scalability, high infrastructure costs, power, and the likes. But between 2000 and some period before now, let me say about 5 or 10 years ago, we have private data center, remote hosting. Gradually, we're shifting from CapEx heavy to flexible payment model. But as of today, which is the present, cloud computing has now become the order of the day, where we now have hybrid for people that are already invested in those infrastructure. They now have hybrid. And what hybrid simply means is based on premise and partly moving to cloud, which means over time, as you recoup all of your cost of investment in the on-premise, which will wear out over time, you now perfect it by going fully to the cloud. And today, you find such within the banking sector. Mostly the fintech are purely cloud. They are not even doing hybrid because they came in as a result of the cloud computing technology that has revolutionized the space. Insurance companies are also following through. Commerce industry, which means the likes of those that provides trade, marketing online, and the likes. And also, we then need to look at cost and benefits to this. Now, what is the benefit of cloud computing? And I can look at it from 4 points of view. The first one is issue of scalability and cost efficiency. What does that mean? Scalability means that imagine you have on-premise server, data center, and as your business double, therefore you need to increase your server, you need to increase your computing power, and all of these are capital intensive. But rather than do on-premise, what you do much more is cloud computing. You subscribe to Azure, you subscribe to AWS and the likes. And what then happens, because you pay as you use, you pay as you go, therefore your cost is marginal rather than investing in capital infrastructure. You don't do that because the cloud provider, AWS, Google, has invested in those infrastructure. You are just borrowing those infrastructure for use. Therefore, you can easily scale from low level to high level. And if your operations scale down, you can also scale down from high level to low level. And that's the beauty of such environment. Another aspect is the cost, because you are more or less having a proportion of the entire cost being shared to you. Therefore, it comes at very cheap cost than you having such facility within yourself. Other aspect is that this also, because of the advent of analytics, AI, this infrastructure also have some other stuff that they provide for you as ancillary services that can assist you to analyze data and some other events within that space, which you would not have had if you have on-premise. Or if you have it on-premise, you need to invest in another set of infrastructure and some other things like that. Now, the third aspect is security. Now, for security under IT, there are two aspects. We have the physical security, and we have the technological or the IT security itself. Physical security is that if you are on-premise, you have a server, therefore, in that situation, you need physical, more or less, restriction or access. You need personnel to guard it out. You invest in such things. You also invest in power continuously. And also, you still have IT security in terms of hackers and some other things like that. But in this case, in a cloud computing system, all of that has been taken care of by the provider, which is AWS or Google, as the case may be. And therefore, you are not more or less exposed. Likewise, it allows you also to easily comply with global standards with respect to data integrity, because your data sits within such space that is globally certified. And that is one of the advantages. And likewise, the biggest advantage also borders on the agility, innovations, and collaborations, whereby remotely you can have access to all your business data, so that even when you are not physically present in the office, once you can have access to your, more or less your login assets, you can work from anywhere. Your business does not stop because I'm not physically in office. You can access data since everything sits on the cloud, or because, as you have said, the cloud is borderless, which means once you have internet and you also have the login access, therefore you can continue to work seamlessly across board. And all of this contribute to the productivity that we demand. Also, it comes with its own challenges, and we'll look at the challenges. Likewise, we'll look at the mitigants. Now, let's look at one of those challenges there is that within the cloud system, there's also issue of compromise. And that is what has made cybersecurity a great, more or less, order of discussion today. Therefore, and that's why you see that many professionals are now moving to cybersecurity, because the world has realized that we can't do without cloud computing, but it comes with its own risk of hacking and some other things. Therefore, we need a set of professionals and set of new technologies and inventions to protect and secure people's data, access, and all sorts of things. All of this also brings about challenges to that. Okay, what are the threats we face? Data breaches. Probably I compromise my password with somebody that is not even working in my organization. Therefore, but that person can use my same password to log in into the cloud, because it is presumed that you will have held your password and some other things in high order. Another aspect is ransomware, where they can penetrate you through email, such that once you click some links, and they are able to more or less lock you down and have hold of your data points. And in that case, you'll be asked to pay money for that. Phishing, sending you mail, pretending as if they are someone that they are not, and some other things. But what are the mitigants that we put in place today? One is that zero trust security model is always considered multi-factor authentication. If you are familiar with WhatsApp, it will tell you now that do two-level authentication. That's what it means. Continuous monitoring of situations and access. Second aspect also is regulatory and compliance requirements. Like in Nigeria, we have equally tapped into the European rule that talks about data protection. In Nigeria, we now have the data protection regulation that also talks about how data, especially data of others, customers, and the likes, are protected. And in this case, we partner with cloud providers offering regional specific data center, okay, or maintain robust audit log to track access to your data. Apart from that, we talk about integration with legacy systems. Some of our systems are outdated, but because of the cost involved, we might want to manage the situation, okay? And that also brings about problem. and also lack of standard APIs. As I've said earlier, API stands for Application Platform Interface. Okay, and in that case, what do? We face migration. Therefore, you don't just move, you pilot it and you gradually move until you get to that level. Okay, we talk about having API-based integration and, as I said earlier, pilots. Now, what are the skill gaps? We have skill gaps, we have training. These are new areas that we need to more or less continuously lay all the new dealings within that space. And that is also key for us. Domain knowledge, domain experience are equally required. As you all know, we have various applications and even free courses that borders on all of this cloud computing, which interests we accountants more. Now, also, let's look at it. This is where we can look at it from the perspective of future young accountants like I do now. Okay, and in this perspective, we'll be looking at what then are the new trend and future outlook. Today, we talk about AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning integration, whereby you can automate your invoice processing. You can even access credit without you manually reviewing such. We can carry out predictive auditing and some other things like that. All of these are based on machine learning algorithms. And to some extent, deep learning neural algorithms can be used. These are the new areas that we need to look at. Okay, when you call yourself an accountant or a finance professional, therefore, it's critical for you to understand that both those things that make accounting not interesting those days has now been addressed with the advent of technology, and most especially the internet revolution and the cloud computing power that we have today. Therefore, all of this try to enhance efficiency, accuracy, free time for you to do more strategic things like decision-making, like strategic work, drawing up insights, and also of things that provide more value rather than just repetitive and mundane work. Also, edge computing and serverless architecture. Okay, it speaks to all what we have discussed earlier, whereby your operations now sit on the cloud. Even all what we are doing today is on the cloud. We are all on the cloud now because we all at different locations, even outside this country, have access to the same infrastructure to be able to achieve the delivery that we have today. Now, also we talk about quantum computing. This talks much more about, today we have a lot of data sets and we have complex situations. Quantum computing now use more higher level computing power to scale up operations so that we can be able to achieve results that is foolproof. And therefore, you now see that most of the data centers now provide you with access to bigger computing power, such as the GPU. GPU is a graphical processing unit, okay? And we also have TPU, which is a tensor processing unit. That one is for Google. And we also have, in a complex environment where you are building algorithms for AI, you use things like the neural processing unit, which we call NPU. Now, today, we are also now focusing on the fact that sustainability is the order of the day. Everything we want to do today, we are looking at how sustainable it is. How does it affect the planet? How does it affect the people? How does it affect organization? Therefore, everything we are looking at today is not just cloud computing, but also green cloud computing. And that's what we need to take into consideration.
Adebayo, you have, how many minutes should I give you more?
I say I have like 5 minutes before I'll wrap it up in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, please do. Thank you.
Now,
we're enjoying you. It's just that we are time bound. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. Also, the evolving role of young accountant today, existing core areas that we have today is financial report analysis, audit and assurance, taxation and compliance, corporate governance and risk management. But again, I would like to tell you, which we all know, that the emerging field, which you need to more or less embrace, all because the existing core rules now, AI agents, AI itself, and other algorithms will take over of it. Therefore, what we need to do is for us to understand how those things work, and we are a better professional to manage those affairs. And that's why today, the emerging fields are data analytics and visualization for people that understand Tableau, Power BI, and the likes, to interpret large data sets, drive decisions, and the likes. We also talk about the cybersecurity and digital forensic, which is also a key area. You know, I've told you, because we are now in cloud, everybody might intentionally have access to what ought not to have access to. The other aspect is ESG reporting and sustainability accounting. And finally, fintech is the order of the day in all our commerce, and therefore fintech product development is equally key to what we do. Now, the skills set needed for today and tomorrow can be summarized under these 4 points. 1, technical aptitude. Familiarize yourself with cloud platforms, basic coding, and data analytics. And the beauty of it is that people run from coding before, but coding is much more interesting today because it's of a low-level language, which is write code in English. And to now make it more interesting, the advent of ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and the likes will now even make you not write code other than you prompt the code and you copy the code and you run with it. But you need the basic knowledge to be able to run with it. Strategic thinking is the order of today. What set of knowledge you need that will more or less always allow you to translate financial data into actionable insights for leadership purposes. Innovation and leadership, proactive identifying process improvements, like the Kaizen theory, we talk about continuous improvement. What do I do today that I can improve a bit on a daily basis before I get there? And lastly, we talk about global collaboration, working across borders, understanding international regulation and standard. And also, you can't do without your peer review. In today's world, for technological advancement, there are platforms that we call more or less online platform, open-ended platform, or we call it open source, where you can have access to unlimited knowledge sharing solutions, and some other things online. Okay, and lastly, practical strategies that companies can adopt have been identified. 1, vendor selection and assessment is key. Phased migration approach is key. Robust governance and compliance framework is key. And culture of continuous learning is key. But as simple as I've identified them, it's not always easy because you need to leapfrog. And the way you leapfrog is always to bring in consultants that have experience in this kind of implementation. Otherwise, it might take longer time and cost to achieve the same objective. And that is that. All things being equal, I think is a question time. And thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oluimiwa Adebayo. And thank you again for keeping to time. We understand the time constraints, but this is actually very loaded and very educative and mind-blowing. There are some people clapping for you here online. We're really engaged in your session, so we want to say thank you. The Young Accountants Development Committee is honored to have you take us through this wonderful topic. So we will be taking questions and answers for the next 10 minutes. So we have one question here, first of all. It says, my question to Mr. Muyiwa, in order to increase my knowledge base in the cloud computing system as an individual who has knowledge in accounting and finance, what course can I embark on? The person wants a specific course to embark on to increase his knowledge base on cloud computing system. Okay. Do you have any recommendation of a particular course for him?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, there's no particular course, but I would also like to lay a foundation. Cloud computing is a means to an end. It's just an access, a remote access, a serverless access modularly to a computing environment. But what you want to compute also requires some depth of knowledge. For example, a Power BI tool or a Tableau tool is a business intelligence tool, okay, where you could bring in large data sets to drop insight, to predict, and to build whatever visualization. But which means that knowledge is much more key before you even go into that cloud environment. Therefore, I will first of all say the knowledge we need today, most young accountants, the best knowledge you need today is data analytics. Okay, when we talk about data analytics, there are different levels. The lowest level of data analytics is Excel, okay, or Google Sheets, building models within those things, using those functions. Okay, next level is SQL, structured query language, which is much more to manage database, or because most database sits in the cloud. Okay, and because they are usually relational database, therefore, the most sophisticated and globally adjusted technology or language that can be used to query such database is the SQL. Another level is issue of you've queried data, you've extracted data, but you needed more of insights. And you do more of insight through visualization and analytics. And therefore, you now start to call things like Power BI, Tableau, and the likes. And therefore, that's another level of skill. Now, the next level of skill is where you started to make more prediction and prescription, which means you now move to data science level, where you will now be using Python and the likes to build machine learning algorithms, deep learning algorithms, in order to make such stuff. That is another level, which is data science. Therefore, all of these are there. Now, the only advice I'm going to give is that depending on the level you are today, you can scale it up. How you can scale it up, you can go through formal school, you can go through online learning, whether free or paid for. But at least at the bare minimum, you have a lot of free access to all of these learning platforms. And I'll give you an example. YouTube is your number one. Look for identified specialists on different areas on YouTube and follow them and follow their bootcamp, which is always free. Okay. Second level is that if you want it to be structured somehow, where you could have a layout, therefore you can start to use applications like Udemy, EDX, Coursera, and most especially you can use W3 School. I always recommend W3 School because they built even those platforms into it so that you don't need IDE environment or you don't need a workspace environment for SQL for you to practice it. Everything is built into the platform so that I can see that. And later on, you can now go for certification courses, either with Microsoft, with Google, with Amazon, and the likes, if you just want to have it paper-based, which means you just want certifications to it. But again, all of these are project-based, are practical in nature, and you continue to build on it. It is after then you can now go for cloud computing itself, which means how do you deploy? Because the knowledge you now need at that point is deployment. And you only need that knowledge if you fall within a developer level, which means you are now more or less developing apps or developing some models that needed to be scaled up for commercial use or for organizational use and the likes. Therefore, those are the trajectory to follow. You don't just go into cloud computing. Cloud computing is just to provide you access to machines and other ancillaries just to enhance your computing power in a serverless and remote environment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So I'll take one more question. So what are the prospects of and how can accountants thrive in the aspects of development, which is cloud computing inclusive? Do you advise the focus on being developer to be developing engineers or use IT knowledge to complement their skills as accountants?
Okay, yeah. I think the best minimum is that every accountant must have a user experience first, which means your role as an accountant is to harness a tool or tools towards enhancing your value you are giving to your organization or to your clients. Okay, it's now a secondary knowledge for an accountant to say, I want to leave the front end or user end to the back end. Everything is a level. When you're not going to the back end, you're already drifting away from being an accountant. Therefore, probably you just want to go and leverage on technology itself and now try to use your knowledge of accounting to enhance that technology. Therefore, you now become someone developing applications, developing softwares, and some other things that make it more robust, because you are once an accountant first, or you are first an accountant, and second, you are a technologist. Therefore, you can build all of these things up. Okay, for example, I'll give you an example. I am a developer also for within the open AI space. Okay, I developed a chatbot on Finponomics GPT. Okay, Finponomics means anything that borders on finance, politics, and economics. Therefore, within that space, my GPT will provide you access to solve problems that ChatGPT will do. Okay, but it's much more trained with data that are finance, valuation, actuarial, risk, tax, and also data. Okay, which means it's specialized. Therefore, I took that interest because I have more or less, to certain extents, experience more of the usage and all that. Is now my interests have moved away from just accounting and finance to a data scientist and an AI specialist. Okay, and in doing that, I have to go as far as US, I have to go as far as India, I have to go as far as Australia to learn most of those things. And because they are project-based, they are practical, I was able to develop those things. And therefore, you can have a drift, but you can't just say, as an accountant, I want to jump, because you might jump there, and if you are not prepared for it, you might jump out. And again, before you jump there, you are trying to leverage accounting for that, except if you want to totally say, I'm tired of accounting and finance, I just want to be a technologist, or because, you know, that is the future where probably people see money sits. And therefore, you know, as Nigerians, we always have a drift towards where money resides. Okay, and probably before the end of the session, I can just show my interface where you could see my GPT, and you could ask a question that I'll put into the question. Probably my GPT will answer the final question that you present to me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We've actually gone out of time, but I like that bit of having a practical demonstration. So I will allow one more question so that
the last question will be answered not by me.
Answer that. Okay.
Yeah, the last question will be answered by GPT that you are seeing on the interface.
Okay, so two questions. Okay. Someone says I am a finance student. Which tech knowledge do I need in this field? And what tech knowledge do I also need to develop for political developments in voting in the country? So I'll just add the two questions together. Which tech knowledge do I need in this field? And which technology do I need for political developments in voting in the country? Participants, I hope you are seeing what he's doing. He's already doing practically.
Okay, I can read it out. Technology needed in accounting and finance. As a finance student, integrating technology into your skill set is crucial. Here are the key tech areas you should focus on. 1, data analytics and business intelligence, Microsoft Excel and Google Sheet, Power BI and Tableau, SQL, Python, and R. For financial modeling, you need discounted cash flow, DCF modeling, multi-calculus simulation, AI and machine learning for finance, enterprise resource planning, ERP system, SAP, Oracle Financials, QBox Zero, Microsoft Dynamics, financial regulation and compliance tech, IFRS and GAAP compliance software, Reg Tech, which is regulatory technology, blockchain and cryptocurrency, blockchain accounting, crypto accounting software, robotic process automation, RPA, which is what allows us to automate all of the mundane accounting tasks. Technology needed for voting in Nigeria, biometric voter registration, electronic voting system, online voting services, election security and cyber awareness, civic tech and election. Does that answer your question?
Yes. So
Okay.
that's a practical demonstration of almost everything, what he's taught us today. Thank you very much, Mr. Olumiwa Debayo, for the insight you've given us to harnessing cloud computing technology towards an effective financial system. One interesting thing that I heard you say, and that resonates with me because it's actually been helpful to me. It's made my job easier and I work smarter, because when you said something like internet, you said a lot of things that are very, very interesting, but just one that I want to still re-register now. When you said internet revolution makes accounting more interesting now. We're not, before people would say accounting is so boring because you have to compute and compute, you have to go find the answers yourself, you have to do a lot of things yourself. Imagine what you just chatted up for us here on your GBT. It's something that in those days, the lecturers will bring a class together and then you go through a project session, maybe for 1 week, 2 weeks, people are brainstorming to bring out all these answers. But now those answers are very handy to us. We don't need to go very robust researches to get all this anymore. The answers are just there on our fingertips. If we are truly knowledgeable about these things, if we have the insight and we have embraced cloud computing technology. So for me, I am a user. I'm not planning to be a developer at this point in time. The developers have their practical understanding of how to develop, but I am a user and I'm very happy and I flaunt my usage very well. So young accountants, that's the way to go now. The world is so big yet so small. So to be able to really compete and to have comparative advantage in a time like this, you just need to equip yourself with this all-important skill that you can never be overemphasized. Thank you, Mr. Adebayo, and I hope that you had a good time with us because we have had a good time too.
Thank you very much.
Do I have Onar Ibrahim Jalidi? Are you around to say, Onara Jalidi, are you around to say thank you? A vote of thanks to him.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sorry. Yeah, on behalf of everyone here today, I want to express our sincere gratitude for such an insightful and enriching presentation. It's of no doubt that we all need AI in this current environment that we are in. So the discussion on today's topic I'm sure has truly broadened everyone listening today, their understanding, and has given value to each one of us. So we appreciate your time and effort and what knowledge you have shared with us today. Thank you, we appreciate. So I would like to say to your house, please let's give a round of applause to the paper presenter on AI. The topic, harnessing cloud computing technology towards an effective financial system. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Our participants are all happy because the rounds of applause are obvious there. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you much, sir. Great. Nice to be here. Wonderful webinar today. Well done, YDC. So they're enjoying you. They enjoyed you, and thank you. So today, last but not the least, another wonderful one of us. He's one of us. He's a young accountant in politics. We want to talk about politics. Someone asked me a question on politics at the beginning. You need to go and copy that politics question and put it down here now. And here I am going to be welcoming another superstar, ACA politics. And his name is Mutairu Akanji Badamosi, ACA, ACIB. And I'm going to welcome on board Mrs. Remi Oguleye to help us introduce this wonderful personality that is going to be captivating the minds of our young accountants once again in the next 1 hour session. So, Mrs. Remi Oguleye, can you help us present him to this wonderful audience?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, Mrs. Oguleye, go on. Good afternoon.
Okay. I want to read the profile of Honorable Gbadamosi Mutairu Akanji. Honorable Gbadamosi Mutairu Akanji, ACA, is a distinguished leader, an accomplished professional in governance and finance. He attended Eko Boys High School, Lagos, where he laid the foundation for his academic excellence. Honorable Gbadamosi pursued higher education at the Federal Polytechnic Ilaro and Federal Polytechnic Ede, earning an OND and HND in banking and finance, respectively. He furthered his education at the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, where he graduated with a first-class business administration. Professionally, he worked with Orekoya Wasiu Olalekan & Co., where he gained invaluable experience that contributed to his proficiency in financial management and governance. Currently, Honorable Gbadamosi serves as the leader of the 9th Legislative Council of Ado-Odo-Ota local government, providing visionary leadership in legislative affairs. He is also the public relations officer of the Ogun State Councillors Forum, championing collaboration and communication among local government representatives. His dedication to public service and professional excellence continues to make a significant impact in his community and beyond. Can we all take a brief moment to welcome our esteemed presenter, Honorable Gbadamosi Mutairu Akanji. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Remi. You're welcome, Honorable Gbadamosi Mutairu. You're welcome. Honorable, please, you have the floor, and then you'll take us till 2 p.m., so that we can also engage with you as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'm still unable to share my screen. Okay, I think I can share it now. Okay, thank you. All right. Good afternoon, distinguished ICAN, esteemed moderators, young accountants, and the general public at large. I am indeed grateful to the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria for the wonderful opportunity given to me this afternoon to speak to the gathering of intellectuals on the role of young accountants in political leadership, shaping the future of governance. But before I proceed, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Honorable Baramosi Mutaira Konji, ACA, the leader of the 9th Legislative Council, Ado-Dota Local Government, and the Public Relations Officer of Ogun State Councillors. Today, we have a very good topic before us that I believe I will do justice to. And at the end of this section, majority of our young accountants that always believe they don't want to have anything to do with politics, I'm very sure that they will have change of mind. You cannot continue to say you don't want to get yourself involved in politics because politics is for the devil or politics is for the unholy people. Yet, the people, the decisions, the realities in this economy is being decided by the political leaders. Why not make yourself available as one of them and effect changes you desire to have? This afternoon, I will implore every one of us, have our time, relax, and listen. Maybe at the end of this section, you will have a change of mind. That together, we have to make this dream mission we want to have. Political leadership and governance. They are two different concepts, but on the same page. When we talk about political leadership, we are referring to the process by which individuals or groups of individuals with collective minds influence and make decisions for communities, societies, or the nation at large for a particular purpose. And when we say governance, it is the framework of rules, practice, and process through which power is exercised and decisions are made in managing country resources and affairs. In a simple term, governance simply means those that are saddled with the responsibility of managing affairs. For instance, the local government chairman at the local level, the executive governor at the state level, and the president. But when we're talking about political leadership, these are the people that are actually influencing the decisions of these people. So if you keep saying you don't want to get yourself involved in politics, I just want to get to my workplace, do my work and go. And your salary will be determined by the politicians. From birth to death, that activity is being controlled by the politicians. You now see that most of the time, you will see the governors, the senators, the representatives, the House of Representatives, and everybody, they will be running back to their political parties. It means the decisions at the governance level that you are seeing that they will execute is being decided by those at the political leadership cadre. So those political leaders are actually the one deciding for the government, not the other way around. So as a young accountant, it is essential for you to understand these two things, that indirectly, these politicians are the one controlling the people in government. And it is exactly the way it will continue for a very long period of time because we don't pray for anything to truncate the democracy we are enjoying in Nigeria today. So far it is democracy. This is how it will continue to be. As a young accountant, you have some skills that are needed in governance and political leadership. And what are those skills? One of them is financial reporting and auditing. You are a trained person. You have the knowledge of international financial reporting standard. With all these skills, you can ensure accurate and transparent financial reports, budgeting and cost management. This skill is common in young accountants and other accountants, that any other professionals, no matter how much they try, they cannot prepare a standard budget like an accountant will do it. Ethical standard. You all know the fundamental principles. Principle of integrity, objectivity, professional competence, confidentiality, professional behavior. You have all these skills. Risk management. As a young accountant, you can identify, you can assess, you can mitigate risk. All these skills,
They are not for you to just use it in your workplace alone. You can make use of them in governance. Purpose of this presentation: why are we going to spend 1 hour of our time today to listen to somebody to talk to you on the role a young accountant can play in politics? Why do we want to waste our time? But I can assure you this is not going to be a waste of time. At the end of this presentation, you will, as a young accountant, understand critical roles you can play to address several challenges this country is facing. Not just to collect salary and go home. Your attention is needed to bring about positive changes in this country. At the end of this lecture, I am very sure that I am going to inspire young accountants like myself that are always saying, I don't want to be part in politics. I don't want to take part in politics. Today, after this presentation, I believe by the time I share my success story, majority of them will have a rethink and they will see the need for them to get involved in politics. But before then, let us talk about the current state of political leadership in Nigeria. The political leadership in Nigeria today faces significant challenges that hinder national progress. This is not the stage we are supposed to be as a nation that is blessed with natural resources. Name it, I'll tell you we have them in Nigeria. Are we talking about coal, bitumen, crude oil? What else? What is it that we don't have? Nigeria is a blessed nation, yet we are not developed. This is not the stage we are supposed to be. But we are here because we are facing challenges, and one of them is corruption and mismanagement of resources. It is not a doubt, or it is not that somebody is exaggerating here today, that in some states, you will see in ministries or departments, they will budget 700 million for a single laptop. That is corruption. That is one of those things that is setting Nigeria as a nation backward. Lack of professionals in leadership role. It is not a bad idea if all the governors in Nigeria can be an accountant or lawyers or engineers. At least they should be a professional. It is not a bad idea if all the local government chairmen in Nigeria can be a professional. But in this Nigeria, we have people who cannot even express themselves. We have people who doesn't have vision, who does not even understand why they are in a particular position as leaders in various departments, in various local governments, and in many places. And yet they are making decisions that are affecting the lives of millions of people. So, you as a young accountant, what are the roles you can play? You can play critical roles in addressing the challenges I have mentioned above. One of the roles you can play as a young accountant, accountability and transparency. Like I said, as an accountant, a trained accountant, you have the financial reporting skill and auditing skill. If you bring that skill into government, if you are in government settings, and you now bring out that skills, then you can make positive changes. You can now say to the people that the country we are expecting to have will come very soon. Because by the time you ensure that there is high level of compliance to set rules in approving every kobo in your department, that will bring about accountability and transparency, and it will ensure that proper records are taken before anything is good. Efficient resources management. With expertise in financial analysis and budgeting, I told us that as a young accountant, we have this skill. We have the costing techniques and costing technique skills. If you now bring that into government, you can bring about positive changes. You can advise that, okay, instead of us to go for project A, Having critically analyzed these projects, we have several projects before us. Let us allocate 10 billion to this, 5 billion to this. Don't let us put the whole 50 billion on a project. And at the end of the day, these projects will not give us the same, the required output that we are expecting. So let us allocate. You can use your knowledge as an experienced accountant to advise and be sure that if that is followed, there will be changes that will be noticed by everyone. Evidence-based policy making. Before you can advise the executive or whoever or your directors, as a young accountant, you would have gotten your facts, because accountants don't just assume. We make fact-based, we make decisions based on data available. So as a young accountant, you can use this knowledge to advise, strengthening internal control. As a young accountant, you can design an internal control system that will mitigate fraud, that will ensure that it will be difficult for anybody to perpetrate fraud, even when you are no longer in that system. All these are skills you have, and these are the skills you can play. Opportunities for young accountants in politics. As a young accountant, what are the opportunities we can have? It is not until we present ourselves or make ourselves available for election. What are the opportunities available for young accountants? Mentorship and capacity building. As young accountants, you can group yourself in 5 or 6, incorporate a company, send proposals to various local governments, ministries and departments, to state governors, that you train their staffs on modern practices to improve efficiency. Connecting with peers to exchange innovative ideas and solutions for public sector challenges. Like, let me make use of Ogun State. I am from State, so I can always refer to Ogun State. I know we have many young accountants in Lagos State and other states that are doing well. But one of the people I will reference today is Abiola Onimokon Bakari, the SSA finance to the governor of Ogun State, Prince Abiodun. These are people you can connect with, and that you will never regret getting connected to them. They will help you. They will help you to navigate, because once you just mention to them that I am an accountant, they are already interested in you. And whatever you want, they are ready to assist you. Aside from mentorship, you can, another opportunity for young accountants is local government administration. Like myself, I have been given chance in the local government administration as the leader of the 9th Legislative Council of Ado-Dota local government, and also the chairman Finance and Appropriation Committee. I can bring so many things to the local government administration, such as enhancing the financial management. Before now, they have been passing budgets, but I can say the budget of Ado-Dota local government for the next 3-4 years will take a new dimension, because an experienced accountant is now the leader and the chairman Finance and Appropriation Committee. It is not just going to be approved. We will now critically look into the figures in the budget, question the head of various departments when they come for events, driving transparency, innovative resources mobilization. I have just spoken with the Chairman House Committee on Internally Generated Revenue in my local government, that there are a lot of leakages in our local governments on internally generated revenue. There is need for us to ensure that Ado-Dota local government is hosted on Remita. What am I trying to do? It is an innovative idea from my side that I believe will help the local government to trap or to curtail financial leakages. If it is not somebody like me, a young accountant, a chartered accountant, another person might not think in that direction. So you can now see that as a young accountant that is given the chance in local government administration, I have the duty to ensure that I bring innovative ideas. And in the capacity I have, it will be difficult not to get this achieved. But ordinarily, if I am not involved in politics, I might not be able to implement all this. But as the leader, of all the councillors in that local government, and we are the one making laws for that local government. It is very, very easy to do now. Policy formulation, another aspect, another opportunities we can tap into is policy formulation and implementation. I made mention of Biola Onimokon, SSA on finance to the governor. These guys are doing fantastically well in that ministry. And that is why you will see that nobody will question the budget of Ogun State government in the last 5 years, because the budget is prepared by well and clearly focused accountants that are even young and energetic. So there are a lot of opportunities for us as young accountants in politics, only if we can make ourselves available. Challenges young accountants can face in politics and governance with solutions. Like I have been saying, all I have been saying are the sweetest part of the politics. It is not that we are not going to face challenges, but there are a lot of ways through which we can overcome these challenges and we will still achieve the desired result. One of the challenges is resistance to change. You see, the people we meet in the system, the people you are going to meet in that system, they are so comfortable with that bad system that they are not even ready to change. It is from that bad system that they are enriching themselves, enriching their families and their cronies. But you, if you want to make changes, get ready that they are going to resist the change. But how can, and it is a must for you to bring about that change. So what can you do? Use diplomacy to present your idea, emphasizing their benefits to all stakeholders. Let me give us an example. In a particular local government, assuming they record all their transactions in all these big higher education, and you know that from the way they record, they are perpetrating fraud, and you want them to stop. You can now introduce software to them. Let us adopt this ERP. Let us adopt zero accounting, QuickBook and the likes. You can introduce it to them. They will not want to accept. But you can tell them the sweetest part of that software, that by the time we adopt this software, you don't have to carry your file from the organ to the treasurer, from the treasurer to the DGSA, from the DGSA to the chairman. The moment you put it, you input the data, the chairman will be able to access it, the treasurer will be able to access it. It will reduce the time you move from one office to another. Make sure you dwell more on the benefits to the stakeholders until they accept. You know they are not ready to accept the change, but you are going to dwell more on the benefits so that they can be ready to accept that idea. Build alliance with progressive leaders and professionals to gain support for change. Assuming I want to implement a change in my local government, and I know they are not ready to accept that change, and my own chairman, take for instance, okay, we are lucky in Ado-Dota local government that the chairman of Ado-Dota local government is a fellow member of the Chartered Institute of Accountants of Nigeria. The head of local government is also a fellow member of the institute. The treasurer is a fellow member of the institute. The finance director is a fellow member of the institute. So we have 4 or 5 chartered accountants in a local government, and we are at the top. We are decision makers. Assuming my chairman is not a fellow, and I want to implement a change in that local government, and I am aware that the chairman of it for local government is a fellow or a chartered accountant, I can build alliance with him, discuss my idea with him. By the time all the local government chairmen, they get to their monthly meeting, he will be the one that will sell my idea, discuss what I have previously discussed with him, with my chairman. Mr. Chairman, do you know that your leader in Ado-Dota local government discussed one idea with me? And I believe if implemented in various local government, this thing will speak well for the leaders and the chairman and everybody, and our local government will continue moving forward. By building alliance with that person that is not even in my local government, I will be able to implement the change that ordinarily they would not have allowed to happen. Lack of political experience. Many young accountants lack political skills and network necessary to navigate governance structure. Even if you have the experience, they will still tell you, how many years in governance you have, how many years of political experience you have. You can what we have been doing in the years of this and in the years of that. They will be criticizing you. But you need to prove to them that I have that political experience. And how do you prove to them? Always participate in leadership training and mentorship program. Engage in grassroots politics to gain first-hand experience and build valuable connections. Nigeria is divided into states, 36 states. The states, each state is divided into local governments. Ogun State, for instance, 20 local governments. Each local government is divided into political wards. And each ward is divided into political units. Start from your political units to your political wards. You will gain experience. And at a point, they will not be able to tell you anymore that you don't have experience because they would have been seeing your several activities within the local government. Ethical dilemma and corruption pressure. Pressure to compromise. These are the challenges young accountants will surely face in politics. Pressure to compromise ethical standard in a system plugged by corruption can test integrity. You see these people, like I told us, that they are comfortable with the system. When they now see that you are not on the same page with them, they are ready to induct you into their system. They will bring money to you. They will do all things to entice you so that you can get inducted into that their corrupt system. But you know you are not supposed to do it. But you are not supposed to tell them in a way that they will now believe that, oh, this person is not with us. Somebody comes to you that, okay, Mr. Leader, I want us to help us to do something. This is 10 million naira for you. I am not to tell them that, oh, you are not going to leave this office. I'm going to call the ICBC. I'm going to call the AFCC. I'm going to call it. They will still get out of it because they will find a way to get out of it for sure. But the solutions, there are ways I can go about that. And one of them is stay grounded in your professional values and uphold transparency. I can easily tell them, sir, you know I'm a chartered accountant. The certificate with me is not even for me. It's for the institute because it is clearly written there that this certificate belongs to the Chartered Institute of Accountants of Nigeria. If I do anything that is in contrary to the ethics of the institute, my certificate will be withdrawn. And I don't want to labor in vain. It is not that what you are doing is bad, but I am not. If I take it, it is against the value of my institute. That is one way you can get yourself out of that dilemma. Another way is to seek support from the professional body like ICAN. If today or tomorrow I start facing issues, I will have no other place to run to than to come to the Institute of Chartered Accountants and tell them to intervene in my issues. And I'm sure they are going to provide solutions. So as a young accountant, these are the issues we can face in political arena. And the solutions are here for us. Limited access to leadership roles. Young professionals often struggle to gain recognition and access to decision-making positions. I am fortunate to be the leader today. It is not going to be for all young accountants. Even when they make themselves available for that position, they will still tell them it is not your turn. What do you know? Go and stay in office. But how can you convince them that I am the right person? You have to give me the chance. How can you convince them? Number one, demonstrate competence through impactful contribution. Anytime you see that this is a gathering of political leaders, always make your presence known to them. By raising your hands and make impactful and positive contribution. Let them see, the moment you speak, let them start asking themselves, what is your profession? There are things you can say that they will know that this person speaking is a professional. And by doing so, they will start putting your name down. And if any appointment, any position is available, and you present yourself, they will have no choice than to support you. Be persistent in advocating for inclusion, highlighting the importance of professional skills in governance. Always make them see the reason why professionals should be given the chance to participate in leadership roles. Take, for instance, now, in your political world, you will have financial secretary. Maybe somebody that is a mechanic is given that slot to be the financial secretary of a particular ward. And you as an accountant, you can offer yourself to prepare the income and expenditure account for that ward for free. By doing so, they will be aware that we have an accountant in our midst here. And if any position is coming that is required a professional to be there, they will be the one that will now nominate your name. Even when you are not there, you will just get a call. Mr. Sunday, please go to so place and do screening. And that is how you will be launched. So I'm going to share my own success story. And this success story is to motivate us. This success story, I believe, will motivate us. As an active member of All Progressive Congress, oh, I forgot to tell us, I am an active member of All Progressive Congress, popularly known as APC, for several years. I have always believed in using professionalism to transform governance. When the Ogun State Independent Electoral Commission, OGSEC, announced the date for 2024 local government election, I began extensive consultations with leaders and stakeholders in my constituency. I want us to look at this statement critically. I began extensive consultation. I didn't say because I am a qualified accountant, somebody will come and wake me to become the councillor of my ward and become the leader of Adobita local government. No, the moment the ban was lifted on political activities in 2024, I began the consultation and made my intention known to the political leaders in my ward and my state constituency that I would like to become the councillor of my ward. The journey to securing the councillorship ticket was not an easy one. I contested alongside 15 other aspirants, all equally determined and competent. So if you don't make yourself available as an account an election, don't think other qualified experience than you have. Just that you are going to make more meaningful contributions if you are given the chance. So if you are not available, there are other people. So telling you that I long seen other equally competent. However, my professional qualification
So we'll give him a moment to return back. I believe he'll return back to us shortly. Let's just hang on. Hang on for him, he'll return. Thank you.
I'm very sorry. It was due to the connection. So, like I was saying, I contested along with 15 other aspirants, all equally determined and competent. Okay, can we all hear me? However, my professional qualification,
Yes, we can hear you well, Honorable.
as a chartered accountant and member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, set me apart. Party leaders were impressed by the prospect of a financial expert stepping into governance to bring transparency and accountability to grassroots. Now, the moment I declared my intention that, oh, I would like to become the councillor of this ward, I met with several leaders. And okay, let me give an example of one of them. The day I met with the Deputy Governor of Ogun State, Engineer Naimot Salapo, that I would like to become the councillor, she asked about my qualifications and experience. The moment I mentioned that I am a qualified accountant, she said, wow, you are a chartered accountant and you want to be councillor. She made a statement that day that I will never forget. She said, posterity will judge us if we don't give somebody like you the chance to become that councillor. For a chartered accountant to say, you would like to become a counselor. We have been looking for young and energetic individuals like you, but you guys are not always available. Now that you are available, you will get our support. That is one of them. So my affiliation to Institute of Chartered Accountants actually opened door, and it made my candidacy more popular to the people. During the campaign, the moment the electorate became aware that I was a professional, many immediately gave their support. My background as an accountant reassured them that I was the right person to ensure proper management of public funds and resources. It was this trust in my professional capability that strengthened my connection with the people and helped build widespread support. And the moment we go for campaign, once we get to a particular place and I introduce myself, it will be as if I have been to them several times. They will just show up the love. That, an accountant, I want my children to be an accountant. I want my son to be an accountant. I want my daughter to be an accountant. You understand? So they will show that love immediately. Why are they showing the love? Because I am young, because I'm a chartered accountant, because I made myself available for that position. I am immensely grateful for the unwavering support of key leaders, including the governor of Ogun State, His Excellency Prince Dapo Abiodun, the Deputy Governor, Engineer Naimot Salako Oyedele, and the member representing Ado Federal Constituency at the National Assembly, Honorable Engineer Tunji Akinyosi. I also deeply appreciate Mrs. Waliat Ogunbiyi, the women leader of our party at the local government level, who played a pivotal role in rallying support for my candidacy. You can see Engineer Tunji Akinyosi is a professional, and that is the person representing us at the Green Chamber. On the day I met with him and declared my intention, he was so happy that a professional accountant is interested in becoming a counselor. He made a similar statement to that of the deputy governor. That, young man, I love your courage. I love where you are starting. And be rest assured, I am a professional myself. I'm sure you are aware that I'm an engineer. I said, I know, sir. Be rest assured that you have my support. And since that day, he has never for one day left me alone. He is always around to support me. Even he is always around to guide me. He is always around to mentor me. He is always around to inspire me. And he always discusses with me that, look, encourage some other young accountants in your ward. Ensure they also participate. We are looking for them. Look for more young lawyers. Look for more young engineers. Get them on board. We want to see them. We want to have meetings with them so that we can lift our local government beyond the expectation. Our local government is the local government of distinction. We want to have something special, something, we must do things differently. So you can see they are looking for us, but we are not available. Their belief in my vision and capabilities helped secure my election as the councillor representing Ilogo Ward on November 16, 2024. Subsequently, when it was time to elect the leadership of the Legislative Council, these leaders once again rallied around me. They ensured other leaders and councillors were convinced that my professional background and leadership skills made me the best choice for the position. We are 16 councillors in Ado local government. After the November 16 election, we became councillors elect. And on the day of our inauguration, election must hold to elect the leader of the House, deputy leader of the House, majority leader, and the chief whip. These leaders, they rally around me again, convinced the 16 councillors that, look, we want the best for Ado local government. All of you are competent and you are all good to go. But we just want the best at this moment. We want this guy to be your leader. They intervened, I campaigned around to all the councillors. And to God be the glory, I contested as the sole candidate for that position. And I had all 16 votes on that day. Today, I am honored to serve as the leader of the 9th Legislative Council of Ado local government. I can confidently say that my professional affiliation with ICAN played a crucial role in my journey. Complementing the divine grace of God and incredible support of these leaders, Engineer Tunji Akinyosi, the Deputy Governor, the Governor of the state, and the women leader of Ado local government, without ICAN and the confidence it inspired in others, the story might have been different. It is not something we can be doubting. If I am not a chartered accountant, there is 90% chance that I will not be the leader of that house today. I might be councillor, but I will not be the leader. There are other people who are more experienced that they believe they can use, but because I am a qualified accountant, they just want me to go in and prove something as a chartered accountant to them. Because they believe that before you can become a chartered accountant, the process you will go through to become a chartered accountant is not a child's play. And they believe we have something to offer. So they now give me that chance. This success story highlights the power of professionalism, determination, strategic mentorship, and achieving political mentorship. Call to action. Today, as we reflect on the power of professionalism in governance, it is essential to recognize the incredible impact that young accountants can have in shaping the future of politics. I have told us those roles we can play as young accountants. We can bring about transparency, ensure compliance to all rules in our various places of work as a young accountant, and many others. My journey from aspiring councillor to the leader of the 9th Legislative Council of Ado local government serves as a testament to the transformative power of professional expertise in public service. So, as an accountant, as a young accountant, you are already leading your peers in your political world, in your local government by 1 point. If they are not professional, if they are not lawyers, if they are not engineers, if they are not qualified surveyors, you are already leading them. Because if you want to introduce yourself in a political gathering, and you stand up and say, I am Honorable Gbadamosi Mutairu Akanji, ACA, that alone, and you take a pause, many people will be asking, what is the meaning of ACA? Some will even ask you to tell them the meaning. Some are already aware. That will give you an advantage over every other person. I encourage all young accountants to step forward and become actively involved in political leadership. The essence of this lecture is to encourage us. Don't let us remain electorates. Let us all make ourselves available for political positions. Until we get involved in political leadership, there are certain changes that we will not be able to effect except we are in political leadership roles. If I am not the leader of Ado local government today, nobody will bring the budget of Ado local government to me. Even to see, I will only see it after they have approved it. I won't see the drafted budget. But today, because I am the leader of Ado local government, there are so many things I will have opportunity to see. And they will ask for my input, and I will be able to say 1 or 2 things. And that 1 or 2 things might become what they will eventually accept. And that they will now implement and will affect the life of many Nigerians living in that local government. The need for professionals in governance has never been greater, and young accountants possess the skill sets. What do they need in governance? They need somebody who has integrity. Young accountants, you have it. They need somebody who has the budgeting and costing techniques. You have it. Somebody who holds ethical values in high esteem. You have it. What are they looking for that you as a young accountant, you don't have? The only thing that you lack is that you are not available at this moment. Let us use our financial acumen to advocate for sound policy formulation. You can't continue advocating for sound policy formulation while you are not in government. It will just look as if you are ranting. Go on Facebook, on Twitter, and make suggestions from today till tomorrow. Nobody, they might not even consider them. But if you are in politics, your input can be considered, and that can become a policy for the nation, can become a policy for the state, can become a policy for the local government. ensure accountability, and drive growth in our communities. By stepping into leadership role, we can reshape the way politics is done in Nigeria. If you are saying politics is for the devils, and you are now available to partake in politics, you can now reduce the number of devils gradually. The number of devils will now reduce gradually. If you are a young accountant with passion for change, consider getting involved in your local government, supporting candidates with professional expertise, or even running for office yourself. The time is now for us to rise, lead, and transform our country. I can even share the story of another young accountant in Ado local government that contested the 2019 Assembly election, Honorable Kazim Shorunke. He contested, although he lost the election, but today he is relevant in Ado local government politics. Take it or leave it, he is already known. And tomorrow he can come out to contest for any other thing. And people will not say he is a JJC in politics. You are just coming into politics. So he is already established. In conclusion, the journey of a young accountant in politics is one that exemplifies the power of professionalism, integrity, and commitment to public service. As demonstrated by my own experience, being a member of a professional body like the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria not only opens doors, but also builds trust with the electorate and political leaders. The deputy governor would not have been so much interested in my candidacy if not because that ICAN is attached. I am attached to ICAN. ACA is attached to my name. Honorable Tunji Akinyosi might have chosen someone else as his preferred candidate if not for the ACA in my name. The electorate might have had a different choice from Honorable Badamasi Mutaiwo if not for the ACA. So as a young accountant, let us leverage on the institute's reputation to make ourselves available for political positions. And I am sure we will be given that respect. Thank you for listening. God bless you. God bless the institute. Thank you.
Oh, fantastic. That was very captivating. Thank you, Honorable Mutaiwo. I think you want all of us to become politicians like you. It's
if
fine.
it is possible.
I'm sure you have won a lot of hearts here.
Thank you.
Yes, it's obvious. Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you for giving us your heart, pouring out the passion in politics to us. So speaking, my name is Njum Omar Onyemenam. I'm the one moderating this session. I serve as a privileged committee member and committee chairperson of the Young Accountants Development Committee. We are the ones presenting today this webinar, and we are happy you honored our call here. It's a mentorship call for other people who can also tell the line that you've told. It's obvious that it's a line of success. It's a line that can also be driven by ethical values. As a professional, we can also find ourselves in the right place in politics. The more we are as professionals, as accountants, as professional accountants in the political workspace, the more we are able to support one another, to drive the dynamics in professionalism, in the right path to make our country a much better place. It's time to begin to recruit younger accountants to be there with us. Coincidentally, I also find myself in that space at this time in my own too in Abia State as the Accountant General. It's worthy to also know that because I'm also a part of the Institute, I was considered a best fit for this position. And of course, in that cabinet, I'm also one of the youngest people amongst that cabinet. So it's good for us to strive for these positions, to strive for these places. We don't have to stay where we are and complain all the time. we can change the dynamics. One of the things that you said that's really also got up to me was that you say to people when you are in an ethical dilemma, because we just had a paper presentation on managing ethical decision making, and then you said to us that when you are challenged, with an ethical dilemma, you say to someone, this certificate with me, yes, it's in my name, but it's not mine. It belongs to an institute that I'm representing. And because of that, you have no other choice but to represent and project and promote the values of our institute. So I'm sure the young accountants heard all the many things you had to tell us. And I'm also here just to lend a little voice to all that you have already told us. Thank you very much. It's actually been quite interesting. And I know that they have gained a lot in this session. So I'll go to the questions for today so that we're shutting down, we're rounding up. Someone says to you here, wonderful session. You spoke very well, sir. However, if a young accountant gets into politics in Nigeria, the high rate of corruption in Nigeria politics may not allow the good intentions of a young accountant to thrive, sir. How do you navigate?
Okay.
So, Madam Ossi, help us.
All right. I said it is a challenge for us at the moment that we are facing. This is one of those challenges, corruption. But the fact that we have corruption in the system will still not prevent us from getting involved in politics. If you are saying that because of corruption, we will not get into politics, that system will continue for a very long period of time. So get involved. If once you get involved, look for different ways to bring about changes. Bring several ideas to the table. And let all your ideas focus on how to mitigate fraud. It will be very hard to stop completely, but how to mitigate them, how to stop them, gradually. By the time you do your own 3 years, you are able to introduce certain things that will reduce fraud. If another person is coming on board after 3 years, that person will also contribute his own quota gradually, and things will become normal. Frauds will now become things of past. Okay, there are countries now that the penalty for fraud is death sentence. In Nigeria, it is not so. If professionals, people with good intentions, are now getting opportunities to represent their people at the Green Chamber and the Senate, they can pass same law. But if we allow the same set of people that are already corrupt to keep returning to that green and red chamber, then that law will not come. And the changes will not come. Things will not change ordinarily if people don't make moves. Thank you.
Yes, well answered. Let me lend the voice also to that. You don't have to be part of it. And in the ethical session, we also taught how to make ethical decisions. You make up your mind the kind of politician, the kind of political person you want to be, that even though you are in a corrupt environment, you can live above corruption. You don't have to be part of that system of corruption. You speak your values, you pursue your values, you maintain your own integrity. People will know you for who you are. In every environment, people stand out. There are always people who stand out, no matter how the environment is. Make up your mind, make a decision to yourself and say, this is who I stand for, this is who I represent. Remember, the Honorable also told us when he was speaking that he's not the only professional chartered accountant in that political frame, that there are many others like him, and they are forming a partnership and a network and are all driving the same values together. So you will find out that even if you get there as a young person, you're not the only person in that forum. There are many other people like you. I am not the only person in my states in the political arena who is a chartered accountant. The chartered accountants amongst us, we are there and we actually stand out anytime, anywhere. We speak differently, we behave differently, we act differently. It is very obvious in us. So take a chance and you will see that you will survive. If you follow us as mentors, you have mentors already in politics, and that is why we are bringing these people here for you to listen to us. There are many of us out there, and we're changing the landscape, we're changing the dynamics. Little by little, you'll continue to see the dividends of what we're doing. Come join us. It's a good place to be. Thank you. So I have another question. Thank you for sharing your experience. It's been very, very valuable. An accountant responsible for preparing budgets, one of the biggest parts of my role is monitoring the actual performance of budgets. How effectively can this be done in public sector, considering the challenges faced in political space? Should I read it again? It's been very valuable as it's been a very valuable session. As an accountant responsible for preparing budgets, one of the biggest parts of my role is monitoring the actual performance of budgets. How effectively can this be done in the public sector, considering the challenges faced in our political space?
Okay, thank you. All right,
answer.
thank you. The person who asked the question said his role or her role is to monitor the budget performance. Now, it means at a regular interval, maybe every 3 months or every 6 months, you have to appraise the budget approved for that ministry or department. And you will discover that budget performance is below the set standard. Maybe they have only, as at September of a particular year, the budget performance is just about 20%. There are better ways through which you can do it. One, you can, let me bring it down to, because I don't know the ministry or the department where that person is working, let me bring it back to local government. In local government, because people are also monitoring the performance too. And budget is a public document. Immediately they approve it, it is a public document. Immediately they approve it, and people are now monitoring it. They can write back to the Legislative Council that the budget you approved for the executive arm of the local government, about 7 billion naira, we have, and over 100 projects stated to be executed within this financial year, only 10% of the projects can be seen executed. Please, we want you to look into this issue critically. It is now the job of the Legislative Council to do it. So you working in your department, find the appropriate authority to report it to, that this budget that we are looking at, the budget performance is below the set standard. So there must be an authority that you will report to. So something is wrong somewhere, because a budget, as at a particular time, there is a percentage that is expected to have been done. So if it is below that time, there must be a reporting line where you are expected to report to. So it is not a crime if you report, but if you know reporting will now expose you to danger, then you can use anonymous to report, you can use whistleblower, you can use many other channels. You understand? So that is a better way to go about it. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to add that one thing you should also note is that in the public sector, budget monitoring is very elaborate. It is a very elaborate process. It is handled by a specific ministry. It's a big ministry that handles it. It's a dedicated assignment, unlike what you find in the private sector. In fact, you will do budget monitoring performance better in the public sector, because it's really, really comprehensive and more complex. It's not even done on little, you won't even imagine the kind of financial models that the public sector uses to monitor its budgets. So budget monitoring in the public space, in the public sector, is something you will really like to be part of. But it's good to have the private sector experience, because it helps you just fit into what is going on there easily, and then you admire what you see there. So maybe you could go someday to do some internship in one of the budget and planning commissions or ministries to see how to see how they do the budget performance monitoring in those places. So let's take one more question. Our time is fast spent, but I know that we've all had a very beautiful time here. So one more question for you. Looking at the political environment, most of the political parties tend to have a flaw. Deciding a political party might be a problem. How do I go about it? Deciding the parties to go with and to make a change.
Okay. To decision on political parties to affiliate with in order to have opportunities to represent would be determined by the state. Look for the ruling party in your state. If you don't have the opportunity, the best is to join the ruling party. And if you don't have the opportunity to join the ruling party, it might be difficult, it might be so hard. Or better still, the opposition. When we talk about the opposition party, we know that we have the main opposition party and other opposition parties. So if you join the opposition party in a particular state, and you are well grounded and you are loved by the people, you can get that chance. But if you are in Ogun State here or Lagos State here, I will have no other option than to tell you to join the ruling party. And the ruling party, the ruling party in these two states, they have structure. They have structure that gives professional advantage over others. I am there, and I am telling you this information for free. They have structures that guarantees advantages for professionals over others. Thank you.
Here we go. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, so much. Thank you. All right. I don't know if we have our council members. Is there anyone still here? Do you have anything to say? Any contributions before we shut down? We're winding down. Is anyone saying anything? Okay, in the absence of any other comments, I would like Mrs. Remi Ogule, can you please help us say a vote of thanks to our paper presenter, Honorable Mutaru Badamosi. We've had a wonderful, pleasant time with him. And we are going as converts to politics. Thank you.
Okay, well, I believe we all had an interesting session. On behalf of the 60th President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, council members, Young Accountants Development Committee, and the entire staff of ICAN faculties, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude for sharing your invaluable knowledge and expertise, and also for contributing to the success of today's webinar. We are indeed grateful for the time and effort dedicated to preparing and delivering such enriching content.
Yeah.
Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have a great day.
And you too. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you.
So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. So young accountants, here we go. It's been a wonderful session. So here with me, I wanted to say a huge thank you to our members who are here. Rotary Francis isn't here right now. He would have done this. But help me say a vote of thanks to all our wonderful guest speakers, our partner. They've all stood here till the end. I can see Mr. Olukayode Abe is still here. Honorable Mutairo is here. They started from the beginning and they are here even at the end. A vote of thanks to them and to everyone who is here, our participants. We started with on the Zoom filled with over more, so much. We had maximum capacity here. We had over 5, and then we still have over 90% of people who started with us here. It actually tells us that we've had a very captivating time. So, if you are there, Orelfe, can you just say thank you to everyone who has made this session, today's webinar, a wonderful one?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, and thank you very much to all my young professional colleagues out there. Thank you for making out time. We spent since 10 a.m. we have been here, and it's really a nice one to hear from the erudite scholar and from the wealth of experience in the room, and to all our council member, not to just redo the vote of thanks like my Madam Chair, call names of people and the likes. We really want to appreciate you. Thank you very much, and look out for the next webinar from the YADC corner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're coming back next month, February, with a February edition for this program. So watch by. And if you have any favor, if you also want any of our paper presenters to come again, please let us know. We are ready to bring them back with more interesting topics for you. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Olukayode Abe. Thank you so much, Mr. Olumuyiwa. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Fellow council members who have stayed here from beginning even to this point, you're still here, making sure that everything is working. Thank you, Dr. Sheyi Olariwaju. Thank you, Dr. Omidiji Olubenga. Thank you, Mrs. Sheon Ejodame. Thank you. The Secretariat, thank you very, very much. Without you, this will not happen. And my board members, you are awesome. And to this awesome participants, how could we have done this without you? It's not possible. If you didn't present yourself, we would not have anyone to speak to today. So thank you for giving us a listening ear. Thank you for making this value-adding time with you. God bless you. And so we'll be closing now with our anthem, national anthem and our ICAN anthem. And we'll shut down. See you this time next month. Bye.
Let's go right and fount of treasure in triumph of an array, standing stronger in harmony, building our land together. Dreams of a founding fathers, we are striving to attain. Our counts and values that we share.
Bye-bye. Cheers. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.